It was a narrative that they gave black to colored people.
Yeah.
The ANC is bringing black people to take your jobs from the Eastern Cape. It was basically based on racist division between the colored people and the black people. Now we are uniting them. I want to vomit. Every time I drive and I see a Hendrik Vervoerd highway in a democratic South Africa, I see C.R. Swartz, Jan Smarts, Louis Botha. A town is still named Herzogsville. If you love your country as a patriot, you will never allow load shedding to happen at the level it is happening. If you love your country, you would never subject yourself and allow yourself as a leader, whether as a political party, collectively, or as leaders, to be run by foreign intelligence agencies and foreign governments. Because you are a patriot, you love your country. You will do what Kagame is doing in Rwanda. You will do what Vladimir Putin is doing in Russia. You will do what Jinping did in China. You will do what the president of Singapore is doing in Singapore. Because you are a patriot, you will put the country first.
King David Studio Podcast.
Some people don't need a long introduction, and I'll tell you why. Because their lives are so colorful. Most of you know him as the Sushi King. He's been a teacher, believe it or not. He's been in politics for longer than a lot of people think. And I'm happy to have with us here MMC of Road and Transport, the guy who's responsible for making sure you don't have potholes anymore in Johannesburg. But can you say that?
No, it's good. It's good, Brother David. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
On this popular show. No, I'm humbled, really.
It's a pleasure. I've observed your work. Sometimes it's saying Dibraweza. And sometimes saying, well, he must do whatever he wants. It's his life. It's during your sushi days. Because I belong in the group of people by the moralist.
Yes.
Yeah, by jajang.
Yeah.
How paisa.
Yeah.
And then later on I say, Maridiman ke life yeah.
Yeah.
Why do we care? You know? Yes. I want to start with you. I want to start from Kenutswakai.
Brother David, I'm from Odendalsres, Kutuano. It's a township. It's a mining area, 15 kilometers from Velkom. My father and mother were in Velkom. That's where I was born. But myself and my sister went to be raised by my grandparents on my mother's side, who were in Kutuano. So basically, Velkom and Odendal is my hometown.
Yeah. Why did your parents not take care of the responsibility of raising you?
Okay, my mother and father divorced the year I was born. So my older brother was taken to be raised in Kwakwa by our grandparents on our father's side. But my sister and myself, because I was a baby, we then went with my mother on to be raised by the grandparents and my mother. So I was literally raised by my mother and her parents.
Was she a present parent? DM?
No. That is why I call my mother Auntie Mamani. But I called my grandmother and my grandfather Papa and Mama respectively.
Yeah.
Because they were more present. My mother was a spiritual person. My mother healed people. My mother traveled, not just the country, but also Lesotho. She was a spiritual woman. She was involved in prayer. And I've seen people being helped even at home. People being put in the shack at the back, chained. Because they hurt themselves due to witchcraft. And when they leave home, their sanity is back. So that was my mother. So she was not always at home. And we would be happy as we were growing up because my mother was strict. And she was very quick to get a branch of a tree and whip you.
So her absence was a good thing.
Her absence was much welcome. In fact, sometimes I would sleep under the table in the kitchen. Avoiding to go into my room because she would then come whilst you are sleeping and just whip you. So her absence was most welcome.
Imagine getting whipped or roommates.
But as I grew up, I appreciated the strictness. I appreciated the lessons. And so we were that family.
But what did you appreciate about that strictness? What did you later on in your life realize that actually it wasn't such a bad thing?
I look at a lot of guys I grew up with and how they went the other way.
Yeah.
And because of that strictness, I always had to not forget myself. My grandmother was complimenting because she was also a church person. So there was that, and she was very strict. She was a midwife at the local clinic.
Okay.
So if you are sick, you have to go to that clinic. So the strictness helped me because I managed to stay off crime. I managed to stay off a lot of things, especially when my mother is around. My grandmother was strict, but it's a grandmother. So
there's still a softness.
Yes, she will allow you, and her punishment would be you are not going to eat color film on Sunday.
That's it. It's not so bad.
So it's not so bad. Or I'm not buying you Christmas clothes.
Yeah.
But my mother was like, she declares war physically.
Someone who's watching this will say, "Stay off crime. What are you talking about?"
Yes.
You at some point became a guy that some people said, but you were absolutely a criminal. One that you're happy to acknowledge. I realize.
Yes.
We'll get to that. Clearly, with this great upbringing, you lost your way.
Yes, I think. Look, I was one of the most active young people. In 1984, I started my high school at Rehabilitation, which is a school close to home, from Marobe Primary School. Now, there was a gentleman named Sipho Mutsi who did not go to high school, but he was drawing the logos of the schools.
Okay.
But he spoke better English than our teachers.
Yeah, man.
And he's the one that was mobilizing us about the apartheid system.
He was in the streets in jail.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he was mobilizing us, Bantu education. So we became politically conscious when we were at senior primary school. And then as we went into high school, myself and Sello Ditebe, who was highly mobilized by Sipho Mutsi. Then Sello was also now taking over from Sipho.
Yeah.
Sello Ditebe is now the spokesperson of the Premier in the Free State.
Okay.
So myself and
the new guys.
The new guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have to clarify.
Yes,
the new guys.
His current spokesperson comes with him from Kokta.
Okay.
Yeah, his name is Sello Ditebe. So he was my comrade.
Okay.
And he was older than me, but he also spoke very good English at high school. Him and Sipho Mutsi used to read a lot. So we became very close. Then I got involved in the school politics. My first arrest was when I was 13 years old in 1984.
D-man.
Where we were interrogated at the police station. But it got worse in 1985 because now we were banning. We were protesting.
Yeah.
Super Mutsi got killed at the police station by the police. Sello Ditebe was also supposed to have died, but by the grace of God, he survived. So I was one of the youngest, if not the youngest,
13, you're
leader
a kid
of COSAS.
But tell me though, what was the arrest for? That particular arrest?
It was an interrogation.
Yeah.
What are you guys planning? Okay. What are you going to do? And, you wouldn't divulge that information.
So they were watching you?
They were watching us. So remember, they also had informers. In 1985, that was the serious arrest, after we used to listen to Radio Freedom. And in 1985, Oliver Tambo was addressing. And he was saying, this is the year of the Keda. Raw young lions, raw. Render the country ungovernable. And I remember the Umkhonto where soldiers will be singing. After he spoke that, they were singing a song that myself and Sello got to laugh so much after that. Siwelele, skumbule, kayatina, songena, sizonge. Siwelele, skumbule, kayatina, songena, no tambo, mam, tina, songena, no. Then you'll hear the AK-47. From that Radio Freedom, we went to burn my brother.
Eh.
We went to fight. It was war.
Was there enough of you in your hood for this thing to be effective?
There were.
Yeah.
There was enough of us. And remember, some of the programs when we do, Kronstadt will join us.
Yes.
Welcome Tabong will join us. Yeah. Allen Rich will join us. So if there's a program in Tabong, we will go and join them. Mm-hmm. I've experienced being shot at many times during that time. And in 1985, a lot of us were arrested for questioning, interrogation. But because I was very young, 14 years, a lot of, they would interrogate, beat us up, but I'll be released. But there was a time when they arrested me with the Constitution of Cosas next to my bed. But what helped me was they did not search under the bed of my grandparents. Yeah. Because under that bed was Karl Marx's book in form of pamphlets. What do we call it? Transcript type of thing. Yes. Wow. There was Nelson Mandela's book under there, because we had what we usually call political education. So we discussed a lot of things. And in 1985, there was a lot of activity. Myself and Sello Ditebe were taught by our science teacher how to do petrol bombs.
Okay, wow.
So we would do petrol bombs, then we'll hide them we had an apple tree at home. So we'll hide them by the apple tree at the bottom. Sure. And then when we go to hit at night, we'll come and take them. Myself and Sello give to the guys. So 1986, when a state of emergency was launched, because we're literally rendering the country ungovernable all over South Africa. Yeah. I was arrested I was 15 years. Sure. I was arrested in June, on the 15th of June, with other leaders and other comrades. We were all taken to Kronstadt prison, where I was put in a cell with adults. But it helped. Not
necessarily political.
No, it was political.
It was with everybody political.
Everybody was political. So they put us in a section as political detainees or prisoners. State of emergency, you don't have to go to court. No. But it helped me because during that period, we would then engage in serious political education.
Of course.
That is where we will sit and talk about politics. We will talk about socialism. We'll talk about communism. We'll talk about when Samora Machel was shot, or his helicopter or plane was shot. We sang that whole night. The warders had to beef up and surround the prison, because those walls, it was like they're going to fall from the singing itself.
And they didn't know what you were likely to do beyond the singing.
Yes, that was 1986. 1986 state of emergency. So I spent 6 months. But during that time, we went on a hunger strike. And the elders said, no, all those who are below 18 must go and be locked in the single cell so that they're not part of the hunger strike. I refused. I stayed with them and I went 7 days on hunger strike during that period. They literally carried me to the single cells. I refused. I said, no. I might be young, but I'm here because I'm causing the same impact as you. Bo Valentine Sinkhani, I think he's working for the municipality in Kronstadt now. They were there. Many of them were there, and I got released in December.
Yeah. How long were you there for?
6 months.
Whoa.
Others spent longer, but I think they decided, the elders were negotiating for us, the young ones, to be released.
Yeah. Let's talk about what you thought as a young cadre you were fighting for at that time. From that, what was your understanding of a political landscape at that time? Because a 13, 14-year-old child, and I say it's a child because that's how we declare them.
Yes.
Your level of understanding is not necessarily as matured as an adult. What were you seeing and what were you understanding about the politics?
Remember, what assisted us was the political education, was the meetings that we would have and discuss what are we fighting for. But in answering that, there came a moment when myself, Sello Ditebe, and Leles Khobo is now part of the traffic department in Bloemfontein, in the provincial government. We were walking from Sello Ditebe's house. And as we were walking on the street, the special branch, all black, in the car, black policemen. Remember, I said they wanted Sello dead because Sello was going to testify at the inquest of Sipho Mutsi. Because Sello was arrested with Sipho Mutsi when Sipho Mutsi was killed in prison. As we were walking, we just saw them and they jumped out of cars and they started shooting at us with live ammunition. We ran into the houses, jumped fences. The old ladies were the ones who were calling us because we were well known in the township that we are troublemakers.
Political troublemakers.
Yes, but some of the elderly people understood the struggle. So they hit us in their houses separately. And after that, Leles Khobo, I remember, he said, no, I'm not staying. So Leles Khobo skipped the country and he went to exile. There's another guy from Tabong, Sparks Mutseki. He also went to exile. He is the former treasurer of Umkhonto we Military Veterans Association. He was my comrade also. Bopizana Ngesi, the Ngesi brothers, Papik Ngesi. So we used to have a lot of political education where we talk about not only Mandela, but we talk about Steve Biko. We talk about Robert Sopukwe. But
so it was diverse knowledge.
So
of
I
politics.
understood that we were fighting, first of all, against an apartheid system. But we were also fighting to change the system of education that we are subjected to. But I also understood that we needed to remove the apartheid government from power so that we can be able to put a black government as we are a majority. So those particular political education sessions helped us to understand. That's why when we would be interrogated, we'd be able to answer. I remember there's a guy called Fenter. He was a white guy who was a police officer in the Eastern Cape. They brought him to our area. He would speak Xhosa fluently, better than any Xhosa in Joburg. And he said to me, we hear that you guys are going to skip the country. When are you skipping? Who is planning this thing? And I remember exactly my answer. I said, skip the country. What do you mean skip? How does one skip a country? And he said, hey, don't be clever with me. You had a meeting and you were planning to skip the country. I said, no, I don't know. And we had that meeting. But one of the people went to tell them. And I said, no. I don't know what you mean. He said, no, go to another country. Lusaka.
You were playing dumb.
So I said to you, but I don't have relatives there. My mother would kill me if I go there. So I always played very, very dumb because we were well trained in our own way, prepared for arrests, prepared that they would come home, prepared. So we prepared each other. So I was well aware of what I was doing.
Were the parents okay with this? And I like that you made reference to your mother. Or your mother will kill you. Were your parents aware, or Ntwana Rona is fighting a political battle here?
Look, my grandfather was a teacher. He got sick the year I was born. And he was very fluent in English. He kept on reading. And he would engage me when we were at home. My grandmother didn't want to hear any of it. She just wanted me to finish school and get qualifications, be a lawyer or a teacher. And but they supported me when I was in prison. My grandmother went there almost every weekend to visit me, take stuff for me. And when I got out, she said to me, I'm asking you one thing before I die. I've accepted this is what you want to do. But can you finish your matric?
That's the grandma?
That's my grandma.
Yeah.
Can you just finish your matric? So I had to...
Did you finish your matric?
I finished my matric, yes, and I still went to Vista University in Velkom.
And was it a delayed finish because of the political... Because the politics can delay a child's schooling as well.
Yes.
It consumes so much of your time that you're unable to study. What was a situation with you?
I didn't write the exams in 1986 as I was in prison.
Yeah.
When I came back, I remember that Luki Nkonka, the late Luki, my brother, my comrade, spoke to the principal, then Mr. Similani, to allow me to study for 2 weeks and write. And Mr. Similani refused.
Yeah.
And I had to repeat my standard 8. So that was the only delay that I had. But still, I was still younger.
To catch up, so to speak.
catch up. So I had to repeat my standard 8. And that ruthless man, Similani, refused for me to.
It sounds like there's more to him than that moment.
Yeah, no, he was a puppet of the apartheid government. He sought to. He sought to criticize the liberation struggle and wanted us to submit to a white rule. That's what Mr. Similani was about.
Yeah.
Even when he addresses us, he would praise the system.
Sure.
Talk about the schools that they've built, this. So he was a real puppet. But Luki Nkonka, who was a teacher at the time, but who became my good friend, my only friend that visited me in prison continuously. And at the time, he was the deputy. No. When I was now a criminal.
Oh, years later.
Yeah, he visited me in prison, and he was the deputy director of education in the Free State. He died in a car accident that was also dodgy. But yeah, so that's the only delay.
You speak of the principal who was hard.
Yes,
I think we all remember. If you grew up during apartheid, you remember. Those who used to toe the apartheid line, who were amongst us as black people. And you can easily vilify them and throw stones at them and say they're puppets. But you wonder about the psyche of the apartheid system to make you believe that it's the right system. That also exists in certain people's minds, that apartheid was great. It did so much for my life. As an example, someone will say, I have a house now because of this. What do you say to those type of people who existed?
Brother David, I was the chair of the debate from Standard 8 up until Matric. I chaired all our debate competitions, if you may say. And whenever they would give us a topic like a pen is mightier than the sword, we would always choose the sword. And when we meet and prepare, we would speak about the sword around political liberation struggle lines. I was chosen by the matric students of 1989 to be the speaker at our matric farewell on behalf of all the matrics at our matric farewell. And there's a gentleman called Mr. Senkhani, very powerful voice, an academic of note, but one who also believed that apartheid was good for us, I think. His son was not like that, because I went to prison with his son in 1986. And I then spoke against apartheid and the Bantu education system when I was delivering my speech. And I spoke about what we sought to aspire to achieve as young people. And then as the keynote speaker, he then criticized what I said.
Okay. And he couldn't have known what you were going to say.
No, I spoke before him.
But that means his was not a prepared speech.
His speech was prepared.
Oh, really?
His speech was prepared.
Okay.
But as part of his speech,
he
then responded to what I said.
Yeah.
And after he spoke, I then asked to speak.
Again.
Another student was supposed to do a vote of thanks.
Yeah.
Then I said, before you do a vote of thanks, I'm going to take the mic. And then I went. When they called him, I went with him. And then I said, Principal, please forgive me, but I have to use this opportunity. I said, Mr. Senkhani, you are entrenched in Bantu education.
Yeah.
You were educated in the system to a point that it is made to believe that what they are doing is right. But as young people, we will also liberate you. You misinterpreted what I said. This is what I meant. Because I was speaking about our priorities as young people as we go into the universities, that the struggle has not ended at high school. So, I'm just making an example that I challenged
even those ones.
A person who had a PhD, Dr. Senkane, who is highly respected amongst academics and professionals. But at high school, I challenged him. And even after that, he then said, no, he wants to speak to me. And we had a robust debate. But the man was so entrenched in the belief that apartheid is a good system for all of us.
Amazing how your politicized character is not well celebrated or known, and it's your fault.
Yes, it is my fault. I never really wanted to speak about it.
Yes.
Because I got to be known as a socialite.
Else. Absolutely.
So I didn't want to speak about it. And let me tell you what happened. And this is why I'm talking about it. The former COSAS members decided to do WhatsApp groups in the Free State, Gauteng, all the provinces, and invite those who were involved during the struggle in the 80s. I was put in the group in my hometown, I was put in the provincial group, and I was put in a national group. You know that the so-called moralists attacked my inclusion in that group.
Because they know this, the new version of
They don't know. Bizana Ngesi defended me. Sello Ditebe. They literally gave them a history of my involvement with them before I could be involved.
Wow.
When I responded, I told them that history has no blank spaces. It doesn't matter how much you hate me because of what I have achieved or what I have done. The fact of the matter is, that is the role that I have played. And I will go down the history being known by those who were there with me. I said, I don't need to be celebrated by you. By the way, I don't even care about this WhatsApp group. And I will do you guys all a favor. I will remove myself because the struggle is over. Now we are talking about building this country. And now I have a political party that we have formed and we are in a different struggle. While some of you here, ANC members who are criticizing me, are busy looting. You've bought that phone that gives you access to this WhatsApp group from theft of poor people. I've never done a tender. So I'm going to remove myself and focus on building this party that I know. If we are given a chance, we will transform this country for the good and continue what was supposed to have been done by yourselves and your leaders in the ANC.
Let's go back to the township that you grew up in during that time. Did you become, amongst other kids, as the politics of the moment? And when kids wanted to join, what were they joining and what were they taking part in? Because if you say you stood up in front of other kids in high school, that means it was a mobilization exercise. It wasn't just a rabu and then we go home. Did you achieve those goals of trying to get kids to become a part of a movement?
We did. Sometimes we failed. I remember we were writing exams. Myself and Sello Ditebe went to take everybody out. There's
from classes,
so that they don't write as part of our protest. And I remember there's a guy called Jan. He's a principal now at one of the schools in my hometown. They literally fought us to drive us out of school so that everybody can go and write.
He was a fellow student.
He was a fellow student. And 30 minutes later, myself and Sello said, no, let's go and write. And we went in 30 minutes later.
So you're saying those were one of the failures in the mobilization exercise?
Yes. That's where other students will say, no. Hey, you're not doing this thing. And remember, the apartheid government also had these social groups that they would create called the Eagles, that they would take on, what do they call it? On these sessions where they go and train them, the Boy Scouts.
Those
them. So you had those students who were part of that. And it is those type of students who would then try to fight against us.
Because they were getting a different narrative of the country.
They were being indoctrinated. Some of them are police officers, commanders today. Some of them are principals today. But that story ended well for us because 30 minutes later we came in to ride with Sello, and we finished before anybody else could finish. And we still got, I think, around 80%. Yes. And some of them failed, especially those who were preventing us from engaging in this process.
You're making noise.
In as much as we were doing politics, Sello was a reader. I was a reader. Yeah. And we will sit down and do the schoolwork and do the politics.
Okay.
Because we understood that if we fail at school, that is going to be used as an excuse that our politics are affecting us.
The reason you're failing.
So we had to pass, but Sello was bright, even brighter than me. So we had to pass at school so that our parents are happy, so that they can let us do this thing that we want to do.
Yeah.
And so you had those that were indoctrinated.
You finished matric, and what are your ambitions? What is in the mind of this child that's arguing against PhD bearers, so to speak, at school? What were your ambitions at the time?
One of my friends was called Sipho Mushodi. Sipiri Mushodi. Till today, he can't hear properly. He was beaten by the police during the 80s. He is now in the province. He's a lawyer. He became a lawyer. So myself and him, I took the baton from him of being the chairperson of the debate.
Okay.
And we wanted to study law. So he went to Mamelodi campus to study law. Vista Mamelodi campus.
I know it well. Kasiak.
Yes, yeah. So my grandmother did not have enough money to take me there. So I then had to settle to be a teacher. And then I studied at Vista University in Velkom. Okay. So it was easy for me to travel until at a point when I got myself a room, a shack to rent. But it was an interesting, my life story of my university years is very interesting.
Did you become an academic or a socialite or a mix of both? What happened?
It was a mix of both.
Because that changed. Your personality comes out at university. Most people's personality comes out at university.
Yes.
So what came out in your case?
Look, at high school, 88, 89, there was already talks of the struggle was no longer as hectic.
Okay.
And we used to do B2 contests with Spiri Mushodi that I've mentioned. Go to different towns, get the girls, do B2 contests. We used to do masquerade shows where guys will wear, will dress like women and women will dress like guys. I won that masquerade show at some point.
So not only Gigi.
Yeah, I walked with the heel. I can still walk with the heel till today.
Look at how proud you are. You're so proud.
Yeah, so and during those last 2 years, I started working at a tavern during the weekends, picking up bottles, empties. When the DJ is not there, I DJ, and I ended up being the full-time DJ.
Hey.
And I started DJing at Shebins also.
Yeah.
So the guys were the smugglers of gold. Because I was a DJ, I had access to these ladies. They would always send me to call the lady. I was a clever boy. They would give me their car to go fetch a girl.
Yeah.
They would give me money.
Jeez.
So during those last 2 years, I was getting so used to money.
This is the last 2 years of university.
Of high school. Of high school.
Yeah.
So I was now having access to money. Being sent, hanging out with these guys who've got money. Everybody knows them. They drive the Cressida 3-liter Mercedes-Benz 500 SEC.
Yeah.
So that's how I got used to money. So when I was at the university, it was I have to finish so that I can go study law.
Ah, okay. So, but why have to finish as an agent thing? What propelled that agency?
It was to please my grandmother, because all that she asked is, please, now that you finish matric, get your teacher's degree.
Okay, now she's putting another
so that the legacy of my grandfather can live on.
Ah, the teaching.
Yes, remember my grandmother and my grandfather were highly respected in the community. My grandmother was a midwife. My grandfather was a teacher. And there's the street after behind our house is named after my grandfather. It's Kunene Street.
Yes.
So they were very much prominent in the community. Most of the children that were born there were born through the hands of my
your
grandmother as the midwife at the clinic.
Incredible.
You know, so we were a very well-known family in the community, although we were struggling, but we could make ends meet. So, So I had to finish so I can go study law.
Yeah.
Because the financial circumstances could not allow me. But sometimes it will be difficult, my brother. Guys will tell you that I would sometimes rock up at the university wearing a skirt and wearing the sandals of a lady.
Why?
A t-shirt. And I will get there, go to my lecturers and tell them that my check bent. And all the clothes and all the books are bent. And you know white people, they would feel for me, put money together, and nothing would be bent. Then I'll take that money, go and pay for my tuition. To help my grandmother.
Basically.
At some point, I couldn't get results. My grandmother asked the church in Odendal Stress, in Kutlwanong, African Methodist Episcopal Church. That's the church I go to, Brother David.
Yeah, even now.
Even now.
Yeah.
My last 2 kids, all my kids were blessed in that church. Wow. I have donated a pond in that church where kids can be baptized.
Okay.
Because they used to baptize us from a saucer.
Hey.
So I still support that church till today. One of the pastors, at some point, I put him in a deal so that because the people could not pay him. So I assist. So the church then put money to pay for my university studies.
Yeah.
That's how hectic it was. But by hard work and the grace of God, I finished.
Yeah. You spoke of, and I don't want to lose this thought, of the politics were not as serious. The politics of the time were not something that required a lot of your energy like before.
Yes.
Do you know why that was the case? Because very little was achieved even then.
I think there were already talks in the country of negotiations with the ANC about the unbanning of the ANC.
Yes.
It is that time. Remember 1990 then Mandela was released. So there was that talk. And although there were some activities there and there, but that particular program, I think, was been given a chance.
Okay.
So that is why even at the university, I said, no, man, I want to understand Black consciousness. And I left with the guys of Azasco to a meeting in Pretoria where one of their leaders was going to address them. Because now I said, I understand the ANC politics. I understand the Freedom Charter.
Sure.
I understand Black consciousness. I understand what Steve Biko was talking about. But let me also understand deeper from the guys today.
Yeah.
And I came back and I said, no, these are not my politics. My politics are these ones of the African National Congress.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's interesting how your politics were relatively liberal.
Yes.
You were prepared to listen to whoever had a story to tell.
Yes.
Why was that the case? Because very often, soccer is a perfect example of this. We take sides and we move on. It's very difficult to change people's minds. Well, today is a different story. But why was that so liberal? Your politics was so open-minded.
The way politics was introduced to me, or the liberation struggle, it was never just about Mandela and Tambo. It was also about Steve Biko. It was also about Robert Sobukwe. And at high school, there was a guy called Fanyani Square. Fanyani Square left us at Kosas to form Activism in our township. And I was very close to Fanele. And we would have a discussion. But when it was time to protest, when it was time to band, we'll band together.
Okay.
So I understood from those experiences that we all want to achieve the same thing. It's just a question of ideology that is a problem.
That's true.
That is why at Patriotic Alliance, one of the things that I raised when we were forming this party in Cape Town, I said we must not subject ourselves to political ideologies because political ideologies have divided our people. And the system then took advantage of these divisions. So we must never say we are a leftist, we are a right wing, or we are a liberal party. Our ideology must be patriotism, to put the country first.
Because that would have been my next question. What is the thinking. Ideology and ideological positions in politics tend to be confusing for a lot of people who are in politics now, because the problems of South Africans are the same. Yes. They don't see ideological beliefs. Yes. When the lights switch off, your ideology it gets dark as well. Exactly. It has no place.
Yes.
So what is the clear belief? Because generally that's where politics start, with a belief of something. Mm-hmm. What is the belief of your party currently?
Myself and the president, Gayton Mckenzie, started this party because we realized that those who grow in through political structures of political parties envy the others who came before them. They envy their stealing. They envy their lifestyle. And those who came before them envied Kunene's lifestyle, envied So-and-so's lifestyle. So we then said, God has given us a big chance in life, despite our -0 from prison. And we then said our politics must be our people to solve the problems of our people. Political ideologies will never. In fact, they just fool our people. Look at the South African Communist Party today. The so-called South African Communist Party. A minister who is the secretary of the Communist Party advocates for an increase in fees by private universities owners. He agrees and signs off on an increase for residents.
That's a capitalist position.
So it's a capitalist position. But the man is saying he's a communist leader. He takes a position in government and earns a salary from government that he must fight because this government is not delivering to its people. So the South African Communist Party does not exist. So they are fooling people to follow an ideology. But in practice, it's not happening. The ANC talks African National Congress. It speaks about African nationalism. But when you look at what the ANC had promised people, when you look at what Nelson Mandela said when he came out of prison, forget about what he said before he went to prison, but when he came out of prison, something different is being done by those who followed him. So our belief is that our politics must be service delivery orientated. Our politics must be about accountability. Our politics must be about servant leadership. Our politics must be the love for this country more than anything else. And because if you love your country as a patriot, you will never allow your country to have a high rate of unemployment the way it is. If you love your country as a patriot, you will never allow load shedding to happen at the level it is happening. If you love your country, you would never subject yourself and allow yourself as a leader, whether as a political party, collectively, or as leaders, to be run by foreign intelligence agencies and foreign governments. Because you are a patriot, you love your country. You will do what Kagame is doing in Rwanda. You will do what Vladimir Putin is doing in Russia. You will do what Jinping did in China. You will do what the president of Singapore is doing in Singapore. Because you are a patriot, you will put the country first. So those are our politics. Nothing complicated. Nothing complicated, Brother David.
And not ideological as well in nature. It's about serving.
Our ideology is patriotism.
Yes.
Any other black consciousness is fine. Let black people be conscious of who they are. All those ideologies must filter under patriotism. Because you can be a nationalist, as the ANC is, but you might not be patriotic. But when you are patriotic, you become a nationalist automatically.
That's true.
So that is why the ANC has left our infrastructure to be destroyed to the level it is, because they are not patriotic, yet they are nationalists. That is why the Democratic Alliance speaks about democracy, yet they don't respect democracy. We have seen it in the coalitions. So everybody is giving themselves a name to fool the people.
Are the people getting fooled?
Yes, they are getting fooled. Not a lot of people are getting fooled. Otherwise, we wouldn't be where we are. There would be marches every day. There would be marches every day to the union buildings, to parliament, every day. But because they are not happening, it shows that our people are being fooled. So that's why we said our name must define us. We are an alliance, a union of patriots. If you don't love this country, don't be our member.
It's that simple.
It's that simple.
Because the politics is the reason people think you're here. I'm going backwards again.
Yes.
I'm going backwards again to the teacher.
Yes.
Did you qualify and finish your teaching course?
Yes, I qualified and finished in 1989.
Yeah.
And 1990. No, I started in 1990. I finished in 1992. Then 1993, I was to start my work.
Okay.
I got my first job in Klerksdorp. And guess what? This guy that I used to teach, who used to send me around, he took out a combi.
Okay.
Put in full tank, bought in drinks, gave me money. They were so happy for me that I'm going to be a teacher. And he said, don't worry. He picked me up at home with my bags. All the guys, our friends, got in the 15-seater combi and they said, we are taking you to Klerksdorp, Jobeti. So
when I can tell, it was a party even for them.
No, it was, and that's how we used to be as black people. We used to celebrate each other's successes.
That's true, right?
And although a lot of them I will leave unemployed, except of course our guy who is smuggling gold, working at the mine, who is doing well, who has built a mansion in the township. But he loved me, and he said, no, this is what I'm going to do. He told my parents, don't give him money. I'll give him money for 3 months of him being there.
Listen to that.
So every month I'll call him, he'll send me money until I found my footing. So I was very young.
Yeah.
I was 21, I think 21, 22. 22 years when I started to teach.
Yeah.
In a different town. Don't know no one there.
Yeah.
But because one of my former teachers was already working there, I managed to find him and he gave me shelter whilst I was looking for a place. But guess what? I was sleeping with him in the house. There was a spare room in the house.
Okay.
Then I got to the school, Bratevid, in January, end of January. And then I hear in the staff room that they are preparing a beauty contest in the local town. Town hall.
This is your
township,
life now.
Township hall.
Yeah.
So I say, man, I used to do this thing. I want to be part of the committee. So no problem. So I asked, why are you taking a hall in the township? Why not in town? I said, no. They wouldn't allow. That's 93.
Yes.
I said, no. Things have changed in our country.
Yes.
Let us be the first. So I went, I got the hall. Klerksdorp.
Yeah.
I went the hall. I got the hall in town. Then I said, I want to see the girls. They brought in the girls. I said, are these girls going to wear swimming costumes? I said, they are going to be a laughing stock. Yes, they are beautiful, but the body is not for...
For swimming costume.
For beauty contest. So what I then did was, I said, all these beautiful girls, let's do the beauty face of the year.
Okay.
So we will have Miss Mitibong, the school was called Mitibong, Miss Misty and Miss Mitibong, and beauty face of the year.
Okay. Then, so you're removing the body as part of the competition.
Yeah, because I know what it's going to do.
That's true.
To the girls.
I'm going to ask this. Answer it if you want. It's entirely up to you. What was wrong with their bodies?
Nothing was wrong, but they were too big.
Okay.
To wear what the teachers were saying girls are going to wear.
Okay, on the night.
When you do a beauty contest, you are preparing these young girls for modeling.
Okay, yeah.
And for being Miss South Africa, for being Miss this.
That's it.
So the specific bodies for that. That is the reality.
Yeah.
And the girls appreciated. In fact, a lot of them said, hey, we're just doing it, but we're not comfortable. And they appreciated that now they're just going to wear their own clothes. And then what will be looked at is their faces.
Yeah.
How they've put makeup, how they've done their hair and all that.
Gotcha.
And I then went to Edgar's and Beggars. There was a shop used to call Beggars. Not Beggars.
I remember Beggars.
So I got clothes for the boys and I got clothes for Miss Beauty Face.
Wow.
As a sponsor. And at that particular contest, I became the MC and I became the DJ. The teachers were fighting.
This is a new teacher who just arrived.
Less than a month. All the teachers were fighting to be at the gate to collect.
Because people are paying to come in.
But for me, It was to make an impact in this new town. After that beauty contest, everybody knew Kenny Machozi, KK, Kenny Kunene.
Why did it matter so much? Because it remained a personality of yours to make an impact in areas that you get into. What was driving that 21-year-old boy to do this?
It's just in me.
Yeah,
it's natural, and. When you go to primary school, everybody knew me. When you go to high school, everybody knew me. When you go to university, everybody knew me.
So now it was another one.
So now I'm in this town where I'm not known, and I have to be known. And it's not a plan. It's just the spirit. Yeah. It's me. It's what God. You know, when God has given you something, nobody can take it away from you.
That's true.
And I found this thing, and I said, "This is how I'm going to do it." And the beauty contest was a success. The hall was packed because everybody was curious to see this thing happening in town. It has never happened.
Oh, yeah. That was a draw card as well.
That was a draw card. Yeah. So the hall was packed. Say, how different is this one going to be?
Yeah,
and they saw beggars, Edgar's clothes there. I'm the DJ, I'm the MC. I'm in charge of all these people here. And it went very well, but it also launched me.
So there are people right now, but Lexdorp, that remember that moment very well.
That day, they gave me a nickname because, we used to have those big Voop jeans.
Yeah. Oh, so, yes. It was that era. American influence.
Yes. You put it by the stomach here. So they used to call it Dipepe.
Yes.
So I had several of those. So I would wear them, just change. So they call me Dipepe. That's the nickname I got. Hey, that teacher, Dipepe.
Wow, man. Well, how was the teaching, though? How was the job of teaching? How was that going?
The job of teaching was good, but the school that I taught at, in fact, it was called Hillbrow in the township. I think the principal was not properly in charge. Everybody were doing what they want. The gangs would come to school. In fact, David, at some point, one of the gangs came to school. I used to carry a knife because I grew up carrying a knife. And they would just come, grab a girl, walk out. Everybody runs about. So I confronted, I hear there's noise. I go back. This guy is holding this girl, having a knife. I said, hey, bruh, let me take out my knife also. If you stab me, you take the girl.
Yes.
If I win,
you leave.
You leave. So we had that deal.
Did he take the deal?
No, he took the deal. He said, hey, look at this teacher. So I took out my jacket. I wrapped it on my left arm. Then we went. 1, 2. I was on his arm.
Yeah.
Hey! The other kids were screaming. He ran out of school.
Yeah.
But then I went to engage the boss of the gang, whom I also later saved his life at a gig where he came to take a girl. And the people beat him up, and I stopped them. And then we became buddies. That's how I intervened with the gangs. And myself and Bra Steve Mutali, we were the best of friends at that school.
He's
sitting here with me.
Was he a teacher as well?
We met there in 1993.
And you're still buddies today?
We're still buddies today. We met at that school. And we would punish the school when they come late because we closed the gates.
So you were that teacher?
I was that teacher. I brought the strictness.
Nobody liked that teacher, by the way.
The strictness of my parents, I brought it.
Yeah.
But everybody loved that teacher because that teacher would help young people even when they have problems at home, he will go home.
Oh, yeah.
That young teacher would share a word at the parade, at the assembly. That teacher would engage with students. That teacher would organize trips for the students, even though other teachers say, we will not go with the students. That teacher will go with them. That teacher took the students for the first time. They went to the Rent Easter show. 2 buses, 1 teacher. Kabatlisa chose. And even there, I went on stage and I was entertaining them with the mic. So they loved me very much. The community got to know me. They loved me.
Yeah.
I had a shebeen. But also
on top of that, you had a
whilst the teacher had a shebeen. And that's where my journey to crime starts.
Yeah.
But I also became the project facilitator with SATU. at the SADTU executive, branch executive. So I became part of the leaders of SADTU at local level. I was very radical. I remember when we did the industrial strike, some teachers would first go to school. So all the teachers would have to come to the teachers' center in the township. Some teachers will first go to school, sign the time register, then come here.
Yeah.
So we had. I then organized other teachers and I said, this is the military wing of SADTU. We went to each and every school, primary, high school. And I took out those pages, starting from the industrial strike. I took out all those pages and we just put them into pieces, bent them.
Wow.
Because we said, we are not signing. Everybody must not sign. So I was very radical.
Wow. A little too radical because SADTU is very politicized.
Yes.
You were shaking a very big tree there.
And I didn't find good favor with some of the leaders.
Of course.
Especially a gentleman called Kunene. I think he's in the province now, if he hasn't passed on. There was a guy called Teacher. So there was only one person, I think it was the secretary, who loved my being radical.
Your militant.
I forgot his name. So that was my part.
Yeah.
But then I focused on teaching when I realized that these old people are not understanding how SADTU must operate. We are not here to be nice people. We are representing the teachers and we want more money. And I was earning 3,000, so you can imagine. Yeah. I was fighting even harder.
There was a time when 3,000 was a lot of money, of course.
But for me, it was not, because I also had to take care of my family. There was no electricity at home. Yeah. There was no fridge. There was no TV. And my grandmother kept saying, I'm saving money to take you to school. And she did.
So she sacrificed a lot for you. She
sacrificed a lot for me. Yeah. So when it was my turn, I had to put up electricity at home, a fridge. Yeah. But she refused me to change the house, which I'm changing. I've started already.
Why so late? She refused for that long?
Yeah, I'm a spiritual person.
Yeah.
And my ancestors speak to me. That's why I've survived so many things. Yeah. So I had to find a communication from her that it's okay for me to fix the house.
That's it, yeah.
So it's something spiritual.
So you waited, basically.
I waited.
Yeah.
I waited.
Yeah.
And I got that communication, and now I'm working on it. I've already started.
Where, at what level? At what stage are you go sleeping or with?
No. I've renovated the bedrooms. She had bedrooms where she was renting out people. Now they are finalizing the things to do the house.
Okay.
But because the way she built the house, there are some rocks that she took from the quarry that she put in there.
Yeah.
She only allowed me to extend the house. So that there's a bathroom inside the house and a toilet instead of them going outside.
Of course.
But she said I mustn't touch. So I had to pray over it, talk to her. I go to the grave. I go to speak to them. Yeah. There are no demons at the graveyards.
No.
There are no demons.
They're ancestors.
It's our ancestors. Yeah. So it's symbolic when you go to the grave that you are speaking to them. That is why the graves of white people all over the world are very clean. And they are there every Saturday and Sunday, even during the week. They cry by that gravesite. So anyone that tells you that you are talking to demons is a demon himself.
Yeah.
They are refusing you. Remember, white people don't really have a culture, a tradition. So they take different cultures and blend in. So that is why... The issue of the grave. So what they do when they teach these pastors through religion is to tell them that go and tell your people if they go to the graveyards, there's ancestors. No. When Jesus went...
No, there's demons. Correct yourself.
There's demons. You see, Jesus went to the mountain to go and speak to his ancestors when he was facing the cross.
Yeah.
And he saw his ancestors there. And the Bible tells you, this Bible that is interpreted by the white people, it tells you that he then told Peter that you must never talk about what you have seen here. No. In fact, Peter said, Jesus would have said to Peter This is very much important. What we have seen here is what you must tell your people, that they must respect their ancestors. They must continue to communicate with their ancestors. When you read Thessalonians, it says, in the New Testament, it says, Paul says, those who went before us, when the trumpet goes, will be the ones who receive us. Then they will take us to Jesus. Then Jesus will take us to God. So who are those who went before us?
So you're saying we're skipping a step there.
It is our ancestors.
If we don't acknowledge our ancestors, we're skipping a step.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it is our ancestors. They are in the Spirit. Jesus says, I'm not leaving you alone. I'm leaving you with the Holy Spirit. Who is the Holy Spirit? So you cannot live as an African without acknowledging your ancestors. That is why when Gayton Mckenzie became the mayor in Central Karoo, the first thing he said, let's go and clean the graveyards. Because we believe that we must respect our ancestors. Nehemiah in the Bible, he says, I'm going back to go and rebuild the graves of my ancestors. So if the Bible is telling us continuously, when a leader or a prophet is introduced in the Bible, it says is the son of so-and-so, son of so-and-so. It is the generation of ancestors. So I listened to my ancestors, so I had to listen to my grandmother.
After politics is done, because I realize you change careers, here's a new one waiting. Pastor Kunene, there's a new one waiting.
No, this is the last one. My life has been a journey to take me here.
Oh, yes. Actually, if we trace it, it started here, technically.
Yes.
In the politics of the township.
Yes.
And the politics of the country.
Exactly.
And it's now saying full circle, we're back here.
We are back here. But because my ancestors intervened for me so much, they then had to take me on a journey. You know how I started to get into crime? At my shebeen, guys who commit crimes in Joburton, in Klerksdorp, they would come and drink at my house, which I rented. And they will discuss crime that they're going to do.
Okay.
I will contribute with ideas. They will go and commit the crime. They will come back. And they say, Muna, your plan works. They'll give me little. I said, no. I can't be making money for these guys.
What type of crime were they into?
Robbery, car theft, but also fraud. But at the time when I got involved, that was the time when fraud was there, the checks. Because a lot of white people were now accepting black people as part of them. So if you come with a checkbook, white people will accept it.
So this is the mid-90s?
Yeah, 90s, 93, 94.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I started my criminal life around 95.
Yeah.
I've been arrested many times, even
for politics, but not crime is a new thing now.
Crime, as a teacher, I've been arrested, but go out on bail. But we're also involved in the cut.
Okay.
ATM cut crime, because that's the time when it came. And then we got involved in that, but then we said, no, man, this is petty crime. Then we went into the Ponzi scheme type of crime. So I liked fraud. I preferred fraud to armed robbery. Because the armed robberies that I've been involved in, there's guys who are crazy and trigger happy.
Yes.
And I did not like that. So I then focused on this. But then would also go with the guys when they go to steal the cars. Because when they steal the cars at the auctions.
Okay. Wow.
Especially farmers auctions. In that bakkie. Because remember the hips, there was high demand for hips. There's always high demand for bakkies. So in that bakkie, you would find a wallet, and white people used to write their ATM pin on a piece of paper and put it in the wallet. So they would give me the cards, they would give me the checkbooks. So I will go and make money out of those. They go sell the car.
How do people make, and I know checkbooks are a thing of the past now, how do people make money out of checkbooks back in those times as a criminal?
We used to buy.
Yeah.
So you buy a lot of things that you can resell at half price.
Yes.
So you would buy clothes. You would buy alcohol. Go sell it at Shebins. Cheaper than what they buy it for.
Of course. Yeah.
You'll drink some.
Of course. Of course. You'd
go
wear
buy-
some. You'd wear some.
Yes, you will go buy animals,
Okay.
sheep,
Yes.
at a farm, sign a check, come with a truck, false number plates,
Whoa.
load them, go to the butcheries. I've got so many sheep, you sell them at a half price. So that is how you would then cash the money. So
Wasn't there a voice somewhere in you, even grandma's voice, that was saying, Eamon, this is wrong. You've gone off the road now. Wasn't there anything like that during these activities?
They didn't know what I was doing. And my grandfather died in 93, the first year I started teaching.
Yeah.
And by the grace of God, I had insured him.
Okay.
So I was able to bury him.
Yeah.
My grandmother died in 1996.
Okay.
A week after my wedding,
Ooh.
which she said, look, I'll never see your babies, but let me at least see your
wedding. Yes.
A week later, she died.
Oh, no.
So that was 97 and 96. But they didn't know this life.
There was this life.
They just saw me buying things at home, and I was saying, no, I take it on account.
You were prospering.
Yes.
Yeah, clever.
And for me, it was, at least I'm providing for them before they can leave me.
Yeah.
You see, so they never knew. But also money is addictive, my brother.
Yeah.
Once it's coming in, that sense of, hey man, wait, what am I doing? It disappears. You chase the money.
Yeah.
Money leaves.
Do you find that, and I'm bouncing out of this conversation deliberately, that is part of the politics of today, that we struggle so much to deliver to our people because money can be addictive?
Yes.
When there's so much of it coming in and you are in a political office, or not even a political office for that matter.
Even an official.
That's why I realize that a lot of crime
saying.
is done by officials.
Yes. Officials do crimes for politicians. You see. So, it is. It is. And once you have tasted it, you want more and more and more until it destroys you.
Yeah.
Especially if you don't get it the right way.
Of course.
Crime never pays. At some point, it will catch up with you. So what we have done is, for me, during that time, was I was providing, and we were stealing cars, we were stealing cards, we were stealing checkbooks. So we're just taking material which can be replaced. As a criminal, that's how you say it yourself.
They have insurance.
Man, it will be replaced, man. I need to leave.
I can't believe this.
Yeah, but when one reflects, I must say it's a journey. For me, I will never say I would do things differently. Because my journey was defined somewhere else. So, and if I have to summarize this journey, I think God got me, or I got into crime as part of the journey that God and my ancestors has shaped for me, so that I can end up in prison, so that I can hate crime. Then I met Gayton Mckenzie in prison. And together with other inmates, we exposed corruption.
Yeah.
Then
there's a video we'll talk about.
Yes. Then we came out.
Yeah.
Then together we started hustling, working hard, going to schools and building businesses. So even though sometimes I would want to do tenders, but it just was messed up. I was never involved in tenders. And I think it's a journey that we had to go through. Also have money, women, sushi.
The lifestyle.
So that when we get to this destination, where we must serve humanity, we hate corruption.
You've scratched that
exactly
that little itch.
Yes, we hate crime.
Yes.
But most importantly, we also are not going to be destroyed through this political destiny that we have been given to serve humanity by women, by being excited about women, by being excited about the nice things in life. We are able to toe down. And as part of that journey, I miraculously met a young woman who has, miraculously gotten me settled. And I'm here with it.
Has reduced your fire.
Exactly. So, and when I look at it, I say, but this was a journey.
Yeah.
This was destined to come here.
Yeah.
And now that I'm here, I don't see myself going anywhere else.
This is it.
This is it.
I want to talk about crime. Deliberately, where you talk about it will eventually a criminal will get caught.
Yes.
Essentially. Because you phrased it differently when you said a life of crime. In the end, you end up in trouble.
Yes. Either you die or you go to prison.
Yes.
If you are lucky, there are those who get lucky.
Yeah.
Never caught. And they live until their old ages, and they were never caught. It's part of their journey.
It happens, yeah.
It's part of their journey.
But more often than not, a criminal will get in trouble.
Majority, yes.
What gives you that impression, though? What makes you say that?
A lot of people that I've committed crimes with ended up in prison. It's because I see that people get caught in government, and they don't end up in prison. Because they have got a political cover. Yeah. They've got cover from the system, which is very wrong, because it sends a message to our people that no, you can commit crime if you have cover.
There are certain crimes that you can get away with.
Yeah. But I say this because I know even those that don't face the courts and see the prison doors or cells, they know that they've committed crimes. We know about them. The only difference is they are protected from going there, but we know, which shows that crime will eventually come out and you will be arrested, whether by being shamed, but and all of us in prison agreed with the people that I would discuss with that, gents, but this thing doesn't pay.
Even prisoners agree.
Yes, you make 5 million. You have to buy such a hole. Then you get arrested. Then you must spend the rest of the 3 million that is left on the lawyers. You understand? And also trying to keep the lifestyle in prison.
Yeah.
Then you end up with nothing.
Eish.
So guys end up with nothing. Their wives must sell houses on the outside.
Sure.
Their wives must sell cars on the outside.
Because you can't provide anymore.
Yes. Because, look, guys... There's some guys, especially if you're a serious criminal, you don't want your wife to work. You see, you are the provider.
Yeah.
So, but then your wife and children are now reduced to that life of poverty.
Eish.
Now it stresses you more when you're inside prison. So you are going actually back. You're taking your people back and forth. So it's better if you go out and go and try and do your hustle differently.
Live an honest life.
Make money. Some guys are getting into tenders who are former gangsters. They're into construction. They're into this. But for them, they've turned their lives around.
Yeah.
They're doing it straight now.
Do we exist in a country of criminality as a state of reality for a lot of people? South Africa, we can do this.
Brother David.
Yeah.
South Africa is a criminal hub. You know, I understand people say we must not speak bad about our country, but we must also speak the truth about our country.
That's true.
You see, the truth of the matter is criminality is so tolerated in this country. Illegal immigration contributes to our crime levels to a point that is unimaginable. I had an interview with a radio station and they said to me that, but if you say illegal immigrants are contributing to these highest levels of crime, our prisons has got 152,000 inmates. 90% are South Africans. 10% are foreigners. And the argument is, say, but Kenny, how do you then say they are contributing?
How do you say the foreign nationals are the ones who are criminals?
I said, but you see, you don't understand, but let me educate you. Why do I say that? It is 90% because a South African, when he commits a crime, his fingerprints, his face is on the system. So the police are able to track him and find him and put him in prison.
That's true.
The illegal immigrants, their fingerprints, their faces are not on the system. So they commit these crimes and they don't get arrested. The only time an illegal immigrant gets arrested is if the community arrests him after he commits the crime, or if somebody close to him go and sells him out to say that crime was committed by this person.
Yeah.
You see, so they are not in prisons. They are busy committing crime over and over again because they can't be arrested. That is why when the police arrest them and they run their fingerprints, they link them to so many crimes. So they are worse. If you remove illegal immigrants in this country, Brother David, you have solved at least 50 to 60% of crime in this country.
You can't in the same statement say South Africans don't commit crime.
No.
Yeah.
I said when South Africans commit crime, the police can arrest them.
True.
Because their fingerprints are on the system.
Yeah.
Their faces are on the system. That's why they make 90%.
Right now.
Yeah. But these ones, they are not on the system. So they commit crimes in Gauteng, in Joburg. They run to Tshwane. They run to Ekurhuleni. They go back to Joburg. They go to the Vaal. When they see, hey, now I'm hot here, they go to Western Cape. They go to Free State. So they are busy committing. They are in a circle of committing crimes and they are not getting arrested because they are not on our system.
Are they a typical South African crimes? By this, I mean crimes committed by South Africans.
Yes. Kidnapping is not a crime of South Africans.
Yeah.
It's a crime of foreigners.
Okay.
And what foreigners do, they bring South African criminals into this crime because they want them to drive. So that when they get to a roadblock, they can produce their South African driver's license. Yeah. The police can see that this person is a South African. Yeah. That's how South Africans are brought into these international crimes. The crime of power cables. It's not a South African crime, but it has been turned into a South African crime because the Nyawope, so the illegal foreigners and the foreigners who are drug dealers are feeding our children drugs. In their desperation, they then say, go and steal that and bring it here. Then you've paid your debt. So our people, out of desperation of drugs,
they get caught up
of Nyawope, they get caught up in these crimes that are actually committed by the foreigners. But when you look at the group that goes and get blown by the power stations, it is boys who are on Nyawope. So it's but when you look at South Africans rape, but when you look at the rape that is perpetrated by illegal foreigners, it's so ruthless and brutal.
Here's another crime that is on the rise. It's been for a while and it's reached an alarming rate of human trafficking.
Yes, human trafficking. That is not a South African crime. It's an illegal, it's foreigner crime. These are the people that perpetrate these crimes. My brother, I saw a video in Italy. They set up a tax team that deals specifically with illegal immigrants. They went to an area that is infested with Nigerians. They found girls in the buildings there that have been trafficked from different countries. They cleaned all of them. Look at Dubai. Dubai has gone on to say, out all of you. Those are patriotic countries that understand that they must protect their citizens. So here, your president is a shareholder at MTN. MTN's one of the most biggest clients is Nigeria.
Of course. He
can't even cough negative things about what Nigerian drug dealers are doing here. There are Nigerian brothers and sisters here who are here as tourists. Others are here, they do crime. But others are here, they are professors at universities. True. If the qualifications are authentic.
You want to add spice to your statement, Kelvon.
So you've got doctors from foreign countries here, specialists. We accept that. But we are saying, let us cleanse our country of illegal. Once it says illegal, it means it's a crime. Our people are not getting jobs because the companies employ illegal immigrants because they don't have to pay UIF, they don't have to pay payee. They even pay them less. There's no unions that have to bother them.
No.
So they are also contributing to the criminality that is here because that one foreigner that you are employing, when you go back to his shack, to his place, there's 14 or 10 others in there. His salary can take care of them.
Of course.
So during the day they are there, at night they are coming to rob your business. So you think you are cheating the country by avoiding tax and all this and saving money. and you suffer from the wrath of even putting your own life at risk.
You can't ignore the fact that there are political parties right now, some whom you share a coalition with somehow, that are saying there's nothing wrong with foreign nationals in our country. Africa is one.
You see, it's the political differences that you would have. Where we are sitting, we are defined by one thing. We're an alliance of patriots. We put South Africans first.
Yeah.
So if another political party says it's okay, when they take over, let them open the borders. But when we take over, we are taking everybody out. All illegal immigrants are leaving this country en masse. There's going to be trucks, not even buses. We can't waste our buses. We are going to put them on trucks like Botswana and take them out of this country. You are illegal. You have committed a crime against the country. These people ride on the back of a crocodile. On the back of a crocodile. I'm afraid of a crocodile when it is fenced. They ride on the back of a crocodile to cross the river to come to South Africa. This person has got nothing.
Yeah.
So for him to eat, he must steal, he must rob. And if you stand in his way, he must kill. Otherwise he dies. So South Africa has been turned into a jungle by the current leadership of the ANC. And for years, the ANC has been doing this because this did not happen yesterday.
No.
So they have turned South Africa into a jungle. It is survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
Our people are not safe anywhere they go. They have to pay money. It's a financial burden on our people. They have to pay for security companies. They have to pay for medical aids because our public health system is not functional. It is overburdened by illegal immigrants. So when these things happen, they put financial burden on the middle class and the rich. Because now you have to pay for medical aid. You have to pay for police. You have to take your child to private schools. If the public sector is functional, like in other places like Dubai, you don't have to pay for medical aid. Because when I go to Baragwanath, when I go to Helen Joseph, when I go to this, I'm going to get quality healthcare.
Yeah.
That's all we need to do. We don't have to be saying we are bringing this national health
insurance.
Yeah. Why do you want to still spend money when you can just fix your infrastructure and then you are fine?
Let's talk about, because you led us to this point of infrastructure. It's not, I don't want us to walk away from this conversation with this agreement that says it's only foreign nationals that are overburdening the system. There's also lack of development of infrastructure that is at the heart of our problems, where you find a school budget was allocated for a school was not built, for example.
Yes.
A budget was allocated for a bridge, the bridge wasn't done.
Yes.
Budget was allocated to fix the roads were not done. We can't walk away from this conversation having said it's all foreign nationals.
No.
We would be wrong to do that.
Brother David, you have to separate them.
Yeah.
Foreign nationals put a serious burden on our health system. Because remember, when you build a hospital, you do feasibility study.
Of course.
That feasibility study speaks to the number of the population there. And then it adds the number of travelers who pass through there. That's what you are building this hospital on. A feasibility study must be conducted. Because it then says you can build a 150-bed hospital here or a 50-bed hospital. Now, you have built this hospital based on the population research that has been done by professionals. Now, your population is 50,000 as an example. There's 100,000 illegal people in this area.
That are not accounted for.
Now, this hospital runs out of medication because the people that were not budgeted for are now coming to this hospital and nurses are afraid to turn them away. That's the first one. So they do. Then there's corruption. That is failing us to do more. Corruption is so we have to separate them. Both of them put that
problem. Yes.
are a problem.
Yeah.
But this one is corruption.
Yeah.
This one is illegal immigration. That is the simplest way of
Yes.
So you are right.
Yeah.
But let's not say, you can't say it's only.
True.
We must say corruption and. But because this one we are dealing with, let's talk about the current infrastructure that is there.
Yeah.
I have gone to NESIS. One of our councillors was an MMC of Health and Social Development.
Okay.
Ashley Sols is now the mayor of Beaufort West. He was called by NESIS at night. He went to Rahima Musa at 12 midnight. Woke up from his house, called the driver, went there.
What were they saying? Why were they calling?
When he got there, he took a video. South African IT carrying mothers were lying on the floor, pregnant. Foreigners, illegal foreigners, were being helped. He was told that pregnant women get on a bus in Zimbabwe, in Swaziland. They get on a bus, highly pregnant. They get off at Park Station. They walk to Rahima Musa Hospital. Heavily pregnant. They deliver, they register their child here.
South African.
Then they go back to Zimbabwe, register a child there again.
Yeah.
You can't allow that to happen in a country. What are they saying at the border when a heavily pregnant woman is coming into this country?
Some countries wouldn't allow you in.
They wouldn't.
Yeah.
So there's no leadership in this country. And the reality is illegal immigration is contributing to our social ills. Give us an opportunity to deal with it. And then if these social ills are not addressed, say, but you see, Kenny, Gayton, you guys have been selling us fake news. But I'm telling you now, once we deal with it, we are going to see a situation where the economy goes back to the townships.
Yeah.
The economy is run by our people in the townships.
How is it run currently in the township, in your observation?
It's run by Pakistanis. It's run by white corporates with the malls, where our communities don't even get a piece. Yet they are paying. Why are these malls not taking a percentage, fixing roads, fixing bridges when there's floods, helping government? Because these are the people that are making them rich. People are excited about malls. All good and enough, the service is coming to you. But the model must be, there must be a percentage that doesn't get given to people. A percentage that says, what are the issues? That school needs this. Let's pay.
Yeah.
That school needs this. Let's reinvest in this community that is making money for us. Our government is not forcing these private companies to do that. We are going to do it. And we are not going to ask them. We are going to make sure that it happens. So the economy is run by white-owned businesses who have got the money to invest in our communities.
Yes, in big malls like
Yeah. Then you will have a black guy who then gets funding to build a mall. But which companies come in? Edgar's is not owned by white people. Truett is not owned by white people. CNA is not owned by white people. So it is white people that benefits in there. But nothing goes to our people, even assisting them with infrastructure issues. Nothing. Then you've got the Pakistanis, who are a serious health hazard in our communities.
In what form?
Selling expired food, even baby food that they sell to our communities. Pakistanis who rent a garage, they put a curtain in the middle. In front is the shop. At the back is a bucket of a toilet, a bucket of water.
And a bedroom.
And they don't even use a toilet paper because some of them belong to a particular religion. They wash with the hand and water. And after that, they go in front and take out half a loaf in a bread and put it in another plastic for people to go eat. So our people even eat their kak after they help themselves at the back. So they're a serious health hazard.
Yeah.
But our health department is doing nothing about it. There are no inspectors that are going. When we go in, you see people commenting, no, but you can't do that. The health department must be the one that does that. Our people like to complain even when we solve things.
Are we, and I use the phrase our people with you because that's the phrase you're using. Are our people blinded by all these? Earlier you said you find that makes people celebrating malls in the township. They're happy, the convenience of it, but yet it doesn't benefit the township. Where are we blinded by this? as a people, as a majority of people, because you can't say there are more Pakistanis in a township than there are South Africans, for example. There's only one or two malls owned by a few white people, but yet the majority are black people from South Africa. Why is it that our people are happy to continue with this and not do anything about it?
It's just about me. It's all about me. This is what I'm getting. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Why should I worry about them? You know? But also the African National Congress was not ready to govern in 1994. Number two, when it got ready to govern, it created a dependency culture amongst our people. Tell me, you can only be evil as a person if you make this particular decision that I'm going to talk about now.
Yeah.
I don't care who said what. Who says what? You are evil. You are an evil parent. You spend 1 billion rands in a PR and marketing exercise in a year telling girls not to fall pregnant as teenagers. Telling girls not to fall pregnant. You spend 1 billion. Then the girls fall pregnant. Then you say, I will pay you. You spend more billions than what you have spent trying to stop them from falling pregnant. You spend these billions paying them for each child that they make. You can only be an evil parent. And these are the things that has made us to leave this ANC because it's evil.
How would you, if you were a political party in power, solve that particular problem?
Create jobs.
Yeah.
Stop this thing of freebies to our children. Our girls now are getting pregnant as a means of survival. If I have 4 kids, I'll be earning the same as my grandmother, and my grandmother has raised us on that pension money. But you have 4 kids. These kids are going to be subjected to growing up in a house of poverty.
Yo.
These kids, some of them will end up being criminals.
Of course.
So it's a circle. So we have an evil government that would spend $1 billion. Say, don't do this. When you do it, they reward you.
For doing it.
For doing it continuously. They don't even say we are rewarding you for this one, but the next, we've got nothing to do. They say for each and every child, we will give you money. Who is behind that? So all these men and women in the African National Congress who sit in parliament, who sit at ANC Lekgotla, saying they are discussing the future of this country, and they make such an evil decision.
Why do you think that decision was made?
So that people can depend on them and continue to vote for them. So that people are afraid not to vote for the ANC, because if they vote for the ANC, then all these benefits are going to be taken away from them. That's the narrative.
That belief exists.
That belief exists.
Yeah.
I have campaigned, Brother David. Grand old ladies believe that if they don't vote for the ANC, their RDP houses are going to be taken. I have to say it when I campaign. It is not the ANC that gives you houses. It is the state. Even during apartheid, the apartheid state was forced to give us houses because it's a United Nations resolution that government must provide shelter for its citizens who can't afford to pay. So it's not the ANC. It is a responsibility of every government. It doesn't matter who is in power. There'll still be houses. But how you then dispense of these houses is an issue. There's a Nigerian based in Cape Town. He owns 800 RDP houses. Our people are paying rent to him. Now, you must tell me, what type of government do we have? There's others here. When I campaign, when you go to Terfontein, our people are renting houses from Nigerians. What type of government do we have?
But clearly that's a policing issue as well.
No, it's a leadership issue. It's a leadership issue. If you are not leading for the police to do what's right, then you're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
I went with the MMC of Public Safety last week, Saturday, to Hillbrow and to UV. People are renting from Nigerians. A guy said there's a Congolese guy who comes here once a month to collect money for rent. And at the back of that house, they're selling drugs.
Sure.
And you say, our government knows these hotspots. They're doing nothing, my brother.
There was a time during Action SA's leadership, the previous...
Herman Mashaba.
Sorry, I get it wrong. Herman Mashaba's Action SA was quite active in that space, that very challenge that you referred to.
Yes.
There were quite a number of achievements that were done. Actually, it wasn't Action as at the time. He was with DA. He was he was a mayor of the DA.
Yes.
Surely there's a recognition of the problem by a lot of people who are in politics.
No, you see, my brother, we must not fool our people. Herman Mashaba was targeting buildings when he was the mayor of the DA. He was targeting buildings.
Yeah.
That are hijacked. Get the people out of buildings. These buildings go back. Go and look at those buildings that he targeted. Some of them are owned now by the Jews, being renovated. Some of them, nothing has happened. The people went back. So I don't want to do a political program.
Yeah.
I want to do a policy issue, a leadership issue. It must be leadership. Mashaba as a mayor he can't do more. True. If there's no support from the top. Some of the buildings are owned by Public Works. You have to invite the Minister of Public Works. He doesn't worry himself or herself about those type of politics. So this is leadership from the top. Kagame, when he took over, he took out, I don't know how many, 695 churches. That Kagame closed. And said, if you don't have a bachelor's degree in theology, hamba kaya.
You can't be a pastor in my country.
You can't be a pastor in my country. Yeah. That is leadership. Kagame said there are jobs that must be reserved only for Rwandans. That is leadership.
Yeah.
So you don't have that leadership here. It has to come from the top. Kinshasa is Kigali. Kigali is the cleanest country in Africa. It is the cleanest city in Africa. I'm sorry. Kigali is the cleanest city in Africa.
In case you're wondering, at some point, Port Elizabeth was the cleanest country in Africa. But carry on.
But how did it happen?
Yeah.
With a Rwanda that is known only for genocide.
Yes.
Leadership. Political leadership is very critical. Political leadership defines how businesses must operate.
That's true.
It is in Zambia. It's in Rwanda, where Chinese people, Kagame kicked them out of the country and shut down those businesses because they were treating Rwandans very badly. So that is political leadership. He said, all those who, we don't have reports on you. You can stay. But let me make an example. Political leadership gives our people dignity. So when there's no political leadership, our people suffer the way our people are suffering today.
Can this still be salvaged, this situation that we find ourselves in?
Yes.
Yeah.
I will give you an answer, Brother David. The same answer I've given to many others who have hosted me. You can never change South Africa as long as the ANC is in power. The only person I know will change this country for the better of South Africans. To see a South Africa that people can be proud of. There's only one solution.
Tell me.
Vote President Gayton Mckenzie, vote Patriotic Alliance, premier candidates in 2024 into power. Then you will see how this country becomes what it is supposed to be. You will see how you, the citizens of South Africa, benefit from the minerals of this country, not as a speech, in practice. You will see how our infrastructure will be world-class. You will see how we deal with criminality. You will see how we deal with the issue of illegal immigration. But you'll also see how we deal with corruption and criminality in government. I have inherited. I am now
MMC
having an oversight as an MMC. I'm having a press conference. And I'm going to educate our people. But I'm also going to show our people my plan to correct what has happened and what continues to happen. So that Joburg becomes a world-class city. But still, I need support from province, I need support from national.
Of course.
But that's not going to be my excuse. I'll work with what I have.
Do you sometimes get challenged and not get the support you want for the other levels of government?
Officials say they don't. Okay. Remember, I've been there 4 weeks. And I can tell you, there's not even been an engagement, but I have reached out to say, let me start engaging.
Do you have access to other levels of government?
Access is there.
Yeah.
But whether they want to meet by when, it's another matter. But what I'm saying to them, you are saying Joburg is a world-class city. People laugh at us when they get here. Singapore, Dubai have proven that it can be done. Dubai was built on a desert.
True.
The ministers of the ANC take slave queens to Dubai to go and show them the beauty of what other politicians have done. They come back here, they've not even learned one thing.
Maybe they've learned something. It's just not implementable.
If they have learned, they would have implemented, my brother.
Yeah.
If you give ANC leadership a desert and say, build a city, build a country in this desert, the way in their DNA, stealing is normal. In 6 months, there will be no sand in that desert. You would not even know how did they even get it out of the desert.
They also stole the desert.
How did they have sold so much sand in 6 months? They are very creative in thinking how they can steal, but they are not creative in thinking how they can serve our people. There's no creativity there.
Let's pause. Because yes. I want to go back to a point that most South Africans will have when you say vote Gayton Mckenzie as president of the country. And you said premier candidates. Yes, it makes sense. Ultimately, national government politics are about presidency.
Yes.
Whether you like it or not,
yes.
You're ultimately hoping to have more seats in parliament and so forth and so forth. And those people are saying, I cannot vote a criminal into power. These two, is that title a burden for your political ambitions, or you're able to use it positively?
No, it's not a burden. That's why myself and the president, Gayton Mckenzie, when we were approached by those who meant well to apply for the expungement of our records, we refused. We said, this is our journey that we embrace. We are not going to run away from it. We are who we are today because of that journey.
True.
So we are going to embrace it. And whatever we do must include that journey. So the lemon that the media tried to give to our names by calling us ex-cons continuously.
True.
We turned it into lemonade. And by the way, they themselves, the media, turned it into lemonade. Because when they realized that people were not taking their nonsense, they started writing ex-content businessmen. Now that statement is motivation in itself.
Yes.
So they started motivating people without us paying them. So every time they say ex-content businessman, 10 writer, 10 politician,
yes, 10 mayor.
Other inmates are saying, wow. People who don't know us say, wow, these guys are from prison. What did they do?
Yeah.
No, they were serious criminals, these people. Hey, they were criminals. They spent years in prison. But they've turned their life around. No, these are the people you must vote for.
Yeah.
That is why today, this party is kingmaker in the city of Joburg.
Yeah.
That's why this party today is running municipalities, heavy mayors. That's why our president is the mayor of a district in a town that he was not born in. It is because of that appreciation from people that these ones, we know they are wrong. They have paid for their sins. And until today, we have never heard of criminality since they went out of prison. Therefore, let's give them a chance. Because these moralists have destroyed our country.
Yeah.
Let's give these ones a chance. So there are people who've got that thinking. Yes, there are people who continue. Those ones who continue to think like that, trust me, it's not deep down.
Where is it?
It's chest pains.
Yeah.
It's political competition.
Okay.
They don't know what to say or what to do to try and stop this patriotic alliance train that is moving at a fast speed than Gautrain. They don't know what to do. So the only thing they can say is that, hey, you must be careful. The driver is a criminal. Hey, you must be careful. The driver is from prison.
How do you respond? But he can drive.
But he can drive. And we see the destination that we are going to.
Yeah.
Hey, we are arriving there quicker than your train. So we appreciate this driver.
Yes.
So they don't know what to say. That's all they can say about myself and my brother.
Yeah.
But we don't fight them. We don't really fight them. I have a problem when they insult the entire political party.
Okay.
As a party of criminals. Because there are pastors in this party. Okay. There are men and women who have never stolen even a teaspoon. So I get offended when they call the party. Focus on me and the president. Because in their parties, they've got people who are from prison. And I don't know why are these people in those parties when their leaders are actually criticizing us.
Yeah.
When we have the same history as them.
As ex-prisoners.
As ex-prisoners.
Yeah.
There are more ex-prisoners in their parties than we have in our party. But so it shows how political consciousness has to happen in our people.
Yeah.
Our people have lost political consciousness. They don't listen to politicians and say, but this person is insulting me. They don't listen to politicians and say, but this person is fooling me. They listen. They hear that they are being fooled, but they say, no, I'll follow him anyway.
Do you also carry the burden of being perceived as a colored political party?
No. When this one could not work, they have to go to that one.
Okay.
But we explain it very nicely. Every political party in this country finds its roots in a certain community.
Yes.
The parties that are led by black people find their roots in the black communities.
That's true.
The parties that are led by Indian people find their roots in the Indian communities. But Gayton being colored, he said, my brother, there's no party that is contesting elections strongly, that is putting the agenda of the colored people on the table. There's no party that finds its roots in the colored communities.
Even Patricia de Lille's party.
Patricia de Lille, obviously I respect the old lady, but she sold the name of the party to be mayor.
Yeah.
That's the truth. So she had an opportunity to be that party. She lost that opportunity. Now the PA is going back to basics. We are saying during the liberation struggle, colored, black,
and Indians,
white, and Indian people were together. So let us bring them together because they were brought together by the spirit of patriotism when they met in Kliptown and discussed how they want South Africa to look like. When they wrote the Freedom Charter, they were not brought about by political ideologies. They were
or the color of their skin.
Or the color of their skin.
Yeah.
They were brought together by the spirit of patriotism. So the colored agenda has been shifted from our politics. In fact, let me start here, Brother David. Please allow me. This is very important.
Go ahead.
As political education. When the liberation struggle was suffering in the 80s, it was the colored people led by Alan Busak who started the United Democratic Freedom Front in Athlone, in the Western Cape.
Yeah.
That's where it happened. We have Matthias, who were killed by the police, who were Umkhonto weSizwe military veterans, coloreds. Anton French, who fought with police for 40 hours. They could only kill him with hand grenades. Fighting directly with police.
Yeah.
You have a lot of them. But they are not being mentioned. When the ANC was formed in 1912 in Bloemfontein, who was there at the forefront? It was Sol Plaatje was right there at the forefront. So the colored people have been part of our liberation struggle. But after the ANC took power, what they first did, the first insult they did to the colored people, was to legally discriminate against them and segregate them from the future of a democratic South Africa.
In what form?
The Freedom Charter speaks about black and white. It does not define black in different ways. The apartheid government had whites and non-whites. Non-whites was Indians, blacks, and colored people. The Freedom Charter was made up of Indians, blacks, colored people, and white people. And they defined race in this country as being black and white, which means Indian people are considered as black, colored people are considered as black. But when the ANC takes over, they say it in their own manifesto and constitution. We are fighting for blacks, for black people in general, but Africans in particular. When you ask who's an African, it does not include a colored. It's you and me. Now, you then look at the constitution of this country. It defines us as black, white, Indian, and colored. So then you look at government recruitment policy when they talk about target. I was sitting in a recruitment of government. They say our target is African males, white females, black females, African females.
When you say target, you're saying we are hoping to fill these positions with these people.
With these people.
Are they saying black males as number one?
Yeah. It does not have chronology.
Okay, there's no...
But I'm just saying it.
Okay.
It's African males,
okay,
females,
okay,
white females.
Yes.
There's nowhere where it says colored. Now, one of the interviews that was done last week, a colored was supposed to be appointed for a position. But when you look at it, it then says, but where needs be, there can be deviation. There can be deviation. This is part of the act.
Let's clarify quickly. When you say a colored person was meant to be appointed for that position, is it the most qualified? Or
the most qualified.
Yes, for that position.
The most qualified.
Just happened to be a colored person.
But then a political head was then told, no. The target says, and this is how it is defined, African males does not include coloreds.
But it doesn't
this
sound...
Is an HR
it doesn't sound like it includes coloreds at all.
Exactly. It doesn't include colors at all, male or female. It only speaks about white females.
Are you sure? And I say this deliberately.
It's part of the act, my brother.
No. Are you sure that it doesn't automatically include colors under black, so to speak?
No, it says African.
Okay.
African males.
However, technically, coloreds are African.
No, not technically. Coloreds are African.
Realistically, coloreds are African.
Coloreds are African.
So that's why I'm probably clarifying your point to say it says black African.
No, it says African males.
Yeah, then that should include coloreds, doesn't it?
So this guy is a male. He must be a political appointment.
Yeah.
Then the political head is being told by HR
that
no, we can't take him because this is the target according to this job description. But then the Systems Act goes further. It says, however, there can be deviation where necessary.
Yes.
And a white male can be considered.
But still no colored person.
So, which then includes coloreds.
Okay.
That deviation then
it says anybody.
You can deviate anybody.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying to you?
I got you, 100%.
But so colored people, that's why the president say colored people's CVs are thrown in the dustbin. Because when HR sits down and they look at the target, there's no way where it says colored. So colored people are being excluded deliberately by an ANC government, and legally so. Constitutionally, colored people are excluded. Constitutionally. Legally. So we then said, this is wrong. We can't unite our country if we are behaving the same as apartheid system and segregating others. Gayton's mother is a black Sotho woman.
Yeah.
His father is colored. So
where does he belong?
So the black woman son must suffer.
Yeah.
Because he is colored. It cannot be.
With your proximity to power now, have you engaged on these issues?
You can't engage with these fools. You can't engage with them. We must remove them from power and then come and change this nonsense constitution. A constitution that is praised by the West, by white people who own the economy of this country.
It's called the greatest. It's called the greatest.
It does not work for us. They will never praise anything that does not serve them. Which means it serves them and it does not serve our people. Samora Machel once said, If you hear white people praising me, know that I have sold you out.
Yeah.
So those who have been praised today, not because of the work that they do, who have been praised. And this constitution that has been praised in Africa by people who hate us, who have colonized us, we must then know that this constitution is not serving us, it's serving them.
Yeah.
This is a nonsense constitution that does not serve the majority of these people. So that's why when I speak, I always say, when I say colored, when I say black, I include colored. When I say African, I include colored. And I continue to say it at all the meetings so that people can begin to be educated that colored people are Africans.
And
they are with us. They are part of this country. They don't have 2 passports. They don't have another continent where they can go to. If a war happens here, there'll be helicopters, Brother David, from England, from America, from France, telling people go to the embassy, taking them out. Huge helicopters, army helicopters, taking them to their countries. The colored people will be here with us fighting this war. So we are unapologetic that the Patriotic Alliance find its roots
within the colored community.
I'm not colored. I'm a co-founder of this party.
Yeah.
But I understand that our politics are wrong. If we get united and we exclude others, we are going to have a problem. That is why we even include white people in a new South Africa, a real new South Africa, not this fake that we have, Brother David. These people are afraid to talk about it. Politicians are being used to say all land must go back to the state. If all land goes back to the state, my brother, it means the royal leaders, the kings and the chiefs must then disappear because you are only a king or a chief in a designated piece of land.
Yeah.
Now, these people want to remove, they want to destroy the traditional and indigenous structure of our country. But how can they do that? They start with the land. They've already done it in the Western Cape. The Khoisan chiefs and kings have loaned land. They have nowhere to preside over their people. In Canada, they did the same thing with the indigenous people in Canada. In the United States of America, the Indies have been reduced to mountains. America does not have a culture anymore. That's what they want to do with our country. Australia, the Aborigines, the indigenous people there are still fighting. But unfortunately, they are late. The country is run by a white system. They want to do the same with this country. And as patriots, we say no. That's why I went to the chiefs and the kings, and I'm spreading this to them to say the plan of the white establishment, not ordinary white people. We're talking about these white people who plan the future of countries with a mind of a colonizer. Their plan is to destroy the royalty.
You're saying they still exist amongst us?
Yes.
The white people who have the mind of a colonizer?
Yes. They're here.
Yeah.
Their intelligence operations are here.
They've always been here.
I said to Contralesa, why would you degrade yourself by calling yourselves Congress of Traditional Leaders? Why can't you be Congress of Royal Leaders?
Yeah.
Hereditary leadership is called royalty in English. Now, that old woman who died there in England, rightly so, has, having written the final document of our constitution, refused to recognize our kings and our chiefs. In fact, this constitution does not even define the role of our kings and our chiefs because the ultimate end is to destroy them. It was only Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi who fought for royal leaders in this country. It is only him at Kodesa. He even threatened not to participate in the elections if the kings and the chiefs were not recognized. You can disagree with him on other things, but history elevates him and reality to that space that he was the only one that fought for the land of the kings and the chiefs to be respected. But they are now finding ways to destroy it. In fact, the municipal structure as it is undermines them. A subordinate of a king, where the king is servicing people, especially in the villages, becomes a councillor who is then recognized more than the chief himself.
And a councillor is some guy.
Who did not even have shoes.
Who probably sang the loudest at a rally.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see, so our structure is wrong. So we are in politics to go back to 1994 and say the way it was done, it was wrong. The Freedom Charter is very clear. All the laws of apartheid must be repealed. But our courts are still using the laws of apartheid against our people. We cannot. So the whole thing needs, and one late veteran of the ANC said to me, the only way for our people to benefit is for the right leadership to take over this country outside of the ANC. And we are those people, myself and Gayton Mckenzie.
Let's pause 1 second, reverse this conversation a little bit and talk about your meeting, your first meeting with Gayton Mckenzie,
Yes.
which naturally takes us to a prison cell.
Yes.
But before that, I want to talk about how you got caught. Because for you to end up there, you had to get caught.
Yes.
What happened?
Look, there were guys who knew the crime that we committed because we used to commit crimes with them before.
Okay.
But they were in prison. And one of them was in prison for rape.
Yeah.
So he then saw identikits on the newspaper, reward of 250,000.
Your face was there.
No, it was identikits.
Yeah, it's drawn, but it looks like, did it look like you?
No, it didn't. But then it spoke about the crime that was committed and the number of the investigating officer. So this guy called the investigating officer and said, if you deal with my rape case, I can give you these people.
Yeah. But how sure was he that it was you guys?
He knew, because those who went in would have seen us. At the time, this thing was not all over.
Okay.
So we were those guys that were doing it, and they knew because others were in prison with him. Remember, prison is like a ladies' hostel. People in prison know more about the outside than you.
Like how you say it's like a ladies' hostel.
Yeah.
They know a lot.
They know a lot. Whilst in there, they know more than you about the outside.
Yes.
You see. So then he led the cops to one of the guys that we were with, but they never arrested him. Then another guy also then knew exactly where we were going to be.
Ooh.
Then he led the police there. And that's how we were arrested.
And they arrive and you say,
took us to Bloom.
Sekphelile manje.
Say to me, Lelenda.
So you remember that, obviously, that moment is clear in your mind.
Yeah, very clear. Very, very clear. I was arrested at Kyalami.
Right here.
Yeah, there was a sound and place there where they would install sounds in the cars.
Okay.
And also, remember those Ericssons? Blue, red, yellow.
Oh, yes.
So they had car kits where you put the phone on the kit.
I remember. I was early on with the technology.
Yes. So we bought VR6s. So we dropped them there for them to install the sound and install the phone kits because we had red, blue, yellow. When I'm dressed yellow, I take a yellow phone. When I'm dressed blue, I take a blue. When it's a mixture, I take both phones. So
I've seen you wearing two watches at some point.
So this guy, we left his house and we said to him, go and drop us there. We are picking up the cars.
Yes. Sure. And
they found us. So he told them, I'm driving them there.
So you had a guy literally in your system who was delivering the information.
Just out of jealousy.
Yeah.
And then we got arrested.
And they had enough evidence to say, this is your crime. We know this.
Yeah, I remember there was a parade, and remember with the Ponzi schemes at the office, you employ people.
Yeah.
And you employ local people.
Of course.
But you don't give them the number, who you are, what's happening. It's false names and everything. So, but at the identity parade, everybody pointed at us. No, these are the people. Because they worked with us.
Of course. Yeah. It's not like it was confusing.
Exactly. There was no confusion.
But give us, if you're willing, some detail of the crime. Exactly. What is this crime?
So we would do pamphlets and say, we'll pay you if you invest 500 in 2 weeks, you'll get it as 1,500 multiplied by 3.
That story. Yeah.
So the first week, so people will invest less in the first week.
Okay.
The people who come the second week are also investing a bit higher because they see you are still there.
Of course.
So the third week, when we pay the first group,
of course, you're paying them kanyukuyaba.
You pay them chelteaba.
Yeah.
So, and they have deposited less. So you pay them with the money of these ones. And then that week, as we are paying out, most of them don't take the money.
Yes.
They go and bring more and reinvest all of it.
Of course. Sure.
Because now there's another 14 days. Sometimes we say we are doing 7 days. If you do 7 days, you get your money in 7 days. It's a promotion.
Where's your money here in the system? Because clearly, if you get a lot of people, there's a lot of money.
Yes. So what happens is you pay 100 Rand registration.
Okay.
The 100 Rand registration, that's what pays for. And if you bring a person, we pay you 100 Rand.
Okay.
So the 100 Rand they give us, we give it to the person that they have brought, that brought them. But the 100 Rands of people who are not brought, we keep those 100 Rands. We pay for accommodation, we pay the guys. We don't need big money at the time. It's just money for us to survive.
You're building.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that week when you pay, that's when people start bringing serious money now. 500,000.
Because they can see that this thing has power.
80, no, these people, this thing is working. Then you do the 7 days.
Are you able to pay a guy that brought in 200,000 at this point?
No. Remember, when we pay, that week we pay. We then say to them,
bring.
If you reinvest or invest this week, you'll get your money in 7 days. They have seen that you pay. In 7 days. Now, this week, they're bringing proper money.
Yeah. That's why I'm asking.
The numbers go high.
Yeah.
So on that 7 days, you are already planning your exit.
That's why I'm asking. Are you able to pay? Because I can see that this thing is going to crumble any minute.
Yes.
So you clearly won't be able to pay.
Some people go take the money. When we pay, they go put it under a pillow. Wake up in the morning, say, hey man, it's still here. Some people go to the bank, deposit it, and make sure it's real.
It's real.
Once it's deposited, they then withdraw more that they have in the bank. They fight with the manager of the bank. I want my money.
I want 100,000.
I want that 100,000 in there. No, it's 48. Hey, don't tell me about 48 hours. I want it now. Penalize me.
Yes. Because the penalty is still lower than the return.
It's still lower than the return.
Oh boy.
That is the model of that crime.
But tell me then, at what stage do police pick up that this thing is happening? Because now...
When you have left.
Oh, yes.
Remember, even police, station commanders, directors,
they are investors.
They also invest. So they find out when you leave. And then we say, for this 7 days, we are paying on the Friday only. So it's 1 day of payment. There's no investment on Friday. We're only paying the 7 days people.
Yeah.
So is these people, the following week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they're still investing.
Money is coming in.
Money is coming in. Yeah. Nothing's going out.
And Friday
we are only paying those of the second week, which is small money.
Yeah.
Because they were starting.
Of course.
We are paying them.
And you have money to pay them because you've been getting all these investments.
Exactly. So they come in. And then that last day, you keep saying, hey, there's lots of people who have invested. You saw the queues. We are busy.
Sure.
That time you're already in Joburg. You are buying time. We leave around 5 in the morning.
Gone.
Because some people follow you to see where you are staying.
Of course. So they can trace you.
Yes. Now the money is the plastic bags. No, they stay there at the hotel. That Thursday, people stay there. They sit there.
They're waiting.
They're waiting to see if you are going.
Ghana, you pay cash. We
pay cash at the hotels. Sure. So they sit, they're guarding your cars if they're going out of the hotel. Around 3, they say, no, these people are not leaving.
Yeah.
These people are sleeping. They go home to go now and take a nap so that they can go and get paid.
In the morning.
4, 5, that's when we out. Yes. Convoy. There's 2 cars in front. One is like 50, 60 kilometers. Other one is behind. If there's a roadblock,
it'll warn you up at front.
It has to give us warning in the distance that has off ramps.
Of course.
So that if there's something, either we make a U-turn or take a different route, or we then take a different, even if it's a longer route.
Of course. You have to completely leave the N1 and catch another.
Because the front seat of the car is plastics. There's one person in each car. It's plastic bags, these refuse bags, full of money. The back seat, the boot.
Jesus.
So you are driving, and all these cars are stolen.
You guys are proper criminals, can you?
But the number plates are existent.
Of course.
So what we would do, we will look at the cars here, especially downtown Joburg. That's where we look at the cars and Sandton. A car that parks the whole day.
Oh, you match it.
So this guy comes, he parks here. From 7, he parks here. He picks up the car at 5.
Yeah.
So the whole day, he's there. So we take the number plate. We go make that number plate. Then our guys at traffic, they then give us the name, the history, the profile of this person at traffic department.
Yeah.
I memorize the name. I memorize the ID number. I memorize the address. If I'm stopped and they call... They compare the car.
It's the same car.
But I don't have my license with me. It's in the other car. But what's your name?
You know your name.
Say the name, say the ID number, say the address. No, you must carry your license. And it happened to me in Bloom on our last night.
Yeah.
When we had to go. So then you get to Joburg. So that number plate won't say stolen. So we used to call it a twin. We just twin in the car.
Yes.
The car exists. The person exists. But they don't know that the car is parked elsewhere. The disc is the disc of this number plate.
Of course.
We've done the disc with our people, the traffic.
So this was a proper criminal syndicate.
It was a proper operation.
What type of monies at the highest level of this thing did you ever deal with? well, give us ballpark, because I realize you're shy to give us ballpark.
No, it was a lot, my brother.
It was a lot.
That's why our case was Schedule 5.
Schedule 5 case. What type of case is that?
It means that it's a case where you have to apply for bail. It's a case. It's a serious case.
It's a serious case, basically.
Once it's Schedule 5, it's a serious case. So it's not being treated lightly. They bring a heavyweight of a prosecutor.
Yes. You have to get a heavyweight of an advocate.
They actually wanted to take our case to the High Court.
Sure.
You see. So, yeah.
It wasn't difficult to prove your guilt in court.
Look,
by the prosecution.
They couldn't prove it for me because I said I was employed.
Okay.
And I gave them the name of the person who has employed me.
Who was?
And it was a name. And the people that we employed, we always told them that we are employed.
Okay.
Our boss is Mr. So-and-so.
And they don't know that boss.
And they don't know the boss.
Yeah, it's the head office.
Then one guy comes. Once. You say, this is the boss. Then they'll never see that guy again.
It's a random guy. Some guy wearing, but
it's our guy. But we say, this is our boss. He knows that he's part of this thing. Of course. But he appears once, then he disappears.
He's from head office.
So it's so when they testify, they say, no, this one told us that he's employed like us. He's just a manager. There's the boss. Did you see the boss? Yes, one guy came, said the boss. But we think accused number 1 was also the boss. He was a partner of the boss. Because accused number 1 didn't come every day.
Oh, so he's the boss.
See? So there was...
levels to this.
Yeah. So we created it in that way.
It was well thought out, though.
And the prison warders also invested.
So even after you get
caught... So it was a problem in prison now.
So you could not pay people,
they will come and say, man, my brother, here's my sleep, but... Tell them outside if they can just give me my money. I don't want
the boss. Get the boss to give us the money.
It was something. Look, that's one crime I regret.
Yeah, because it got you caught.
Yeah, that's one crime I regret because people even brought they would be paid out by the insurance to bury someone. Ooh. Then they come and do a quick 7 days.
Yeah, because they're burying after 7 days, 8 days.
Hey, then it claps them.
And you knew.
Look, Bushiri once said, I think he must burn in hell, that man. But he once said, and this is very important what he said, they asked him in his own country, in Malawi, why is it that your church is so big in South Africa? Why is it not big in Malawi?
What did he say?
He said, South Africans believe in miracles.
Yeah.
Malawians believe in God.
There you go.
There's this culture that has been created since 1994 of quick fixes.
Eish.
That's why you see there's so many Nigerians here who say they've got medicine that can make you money. They've got this that can make you have children, that can make you get married. Our women end up in these churches and in the offices of these Nigerians because our people like shortcuts. So criminals look at the weaknesses of the targets. So at the time, we looked at the weakness of our people, that their weakness was
quick fix.
Quick fix.
We still have that weakness.
They still have.
Yeah.
People will stop a woman or a man at a park and tell him or her his story.
Yeah.
And then he says, let's sit here, do this. Leave your bag, let me continue working on it, go and buy me candles there.
Yes.
They leave their money, their everything, they go buy candles. When they come back, this guy is gone. Our people believe in miracles. That is why, Brother David, I say to my staff at Transport, GRA and Metrobus, I don't want our people to believe that we are going to deliver a service. We are not a church. People must believe. Pastors are the ones who must make people believe. You believe in Jesus Christ, you don't know him. You believe in Muhammad, you don't know him. So it is them that must deal with beliefs.
Yeah. You're dealing with...
We must deal with the truth.
That's
because,
true.
Brother David, you don't believe in what you know. You believe in what you don't know.
That's true.
And that's where pastors and politicians trick our people. I said to them, I don't want to be a politician, I don't want to be a pastor. I want our people to know that we will fix the roads. We will deliver a service. They must not believe, they must know that we will deliver the service. Once they know, they will then trust us. Because they know they are coming to me. They have fixed there. I know
it's coming.
They are coming to me.
Yeah.
Said, but in our country, politics are modeled around belief. Politicians are behaving like pastors, promising so that people can believe.
I know you believe in promises that have a deadline. If you're going to promise, it must have a deadline at least.
It must have a deadline.
Yeah.
If I say, this is what I'm going to do, I must tell you by when. Coming on my way here, I went to look at 3 potholes.
Yeah. Why did you have to go to those particular
Because I got WhatsApp messages that, hey, there's a big pothole here. This is what he has done to cars. I saw the rims and the tires. Bruh, it pains me.
Yeah.
But then I find out it's not even a road that falls under GRA. It falls under province.
Oh, it's a provincial
So there's
road.
national roads. There's provincial roads. There's City
your
of
roads.
Joburg roads.
Yes. Which are in the middle of
each other.
Exactly. That's the problem with Johannesburg.
And that's the engagement I want to have with a province and national. National, they've got Sanral. It's easy because national is roads that are passing.
The end
but
roads.
Province and city, there's a problem.
Yeah.
And it's not just roads; it's many other things.
No, yeah.
You see,
because people don't know. Interesting that it's a national road. N1 is a national road all the way to the Baklu interchange.
Yes.
When it gets to Baklu interchange, heading to Sandton, when it passes by Sandton and all those, it's not a national road.
It's no longer a national road.
It's something else.
Yes.
It's a national road that tends in the direction of Western Bypass that goes to Soweto. That remains a national road.
Look at Henry Potgieter.
Yes, exactly.
There's a bridge that collapsed
the bridge
there.
that collapsed.
Province is fixing because it's a provincial road.
That's it.
Same applies to William Nicol. William Nicol is a provincial road. So these are the things that
and as consumers of the services, so to speak, we don't know which road is which.
You don't know.
We just drive on.
You blame GRA.
Of course.
So that's why at the press conference, I will educate the people, but then I'm engaging province. How do we deal with these overlaps?
Yeah.
There's traffic lights that belong in the city of Joburg. 238 traffic lights belong to province.
They're not even yours.
They're not even ours.
But I don't know that.
But you don't know. When you see them, you say, GRA.
Yeah. Kenny's traffic roads are not working.
Exactly. So I'm trying to have that meeting with the province, with the MEC and the HOD and my team to say, how do we mitigate this? Because I am on the ground. You are above me. People are complaining to me.
Yeah.
How do we then say, let's direct budget, additional budget to you so that even if our roads have got a problem of potholes, you can respond to them because you've got a budget.
That's true.
But when there's bigger budgets of bridges or big road infrastructure, we know. Then we'll say, no, this one we will do.
Yeah.
But give us the maintenance because you don't respond as quickly as we can.
That's true.
So those are the discussions that I'm going to have with them. Give us all your robots. We are managing 30 Sandral robots.
So you've agreed to manage them? Yeah.
No, Sandral we do.
Okay.
But the province has taken those robots. I was even asked a question in council. This traffic light intersection has not been working for 2 years. I had to educate the councillors that this one belongs to province, not to me. I don't have a budget for it.
South Africa.
But we are all government. So you see what I'm saying, my brother.
Yeah.
So the problems are not just implementation. The problems are even how things are done.
Our systems. That's a systems issue.
Yes. There. The system does not speak to what should be happening on the ground.
Yeah.
And that is the reason why I'm having this press conference. That's why when they asked me, what are your priorities? I said, but how do I talk about priorities when I don't even understand the department?
Yeah, I saw you said, I don't even know if the office have a bar.
I don't know where the toilet is. I don't know where the kitchen is. I don't even know if the office have got a bar. You're asking me about priorities.
You haven't done the work.
Because I'm a businessman. I'm not a politician.
Yeah.
If I were a politician, I would have said, no, I'm going to fix potholes. No, I'm going to do this. No, I'm going to do this. Then when I get there, the budget does not speak to every promise I've made.
That's true.
Now
you don't even have money.
Now I'm a fool.
Because the city of Johannesburg, it doesn't have money. We all know that.
We just did an adjustment
not everybody
budget.
knows. So you've done an adjustment.
We just did an adjustment budget where the budgets of all the departments was reduced.
Listen to that. Where are the talks, if you're willing to answer this, because it's probably a council issues, related to trying to get money elsewhere, DBSA being one of those sources?
We've voted for the loan, and now it is being processed.
Okay,
Council
so you've agreed
voted,
on the...
Yeah, council has voted for it.
Yeah.
The problem why it was not supported when the DA presented it is because the mayor said, we have no financial problems. The mayor gets to council, let's vote for loan. We have problems. Mayor, do you have problems or not? No, we don't have problems, but we need 2 billion. Then he said, no, mayor. They left 400 million in the kitty.
Really?
In terms of treasury, there must be 1.3 billion there. To show that the city is
liquid.
It's liquid.
Yeah. Was the proper spending?
Budget of government is done differently.
Okay.
When they say 60 billion, then you work on the projects.
Yeah.
You come up with project plan. So if this year you are allocated 1 billion rands as an example, but your projects that you have planned for are 2.5 billion, you already have a problem.
Of course.
You might be able to do your 1 billion projects. But now you are sitting with 1.5 billion worth of projects. So what do? You must now use the billion to service 2.5 billion worth of work.
It's not possible.
It's not possible.
You'll be stretching it.
So now you have to cut your budget.
Yeah.
So that you can be able to do something. But also what the DA is deliberately failing to do in the metros of Gauteng. They are not doing that in City of Cape Town. They want City of Cape Town to be a flagship metro. So they are collapsing these ones every time. It cannot be a coincidence, Brother David, that in Tshwane, there's a shortfall of 30 billion. In Ekurhuleni, same thing. No service delivered. In Johannesburg, same thing. Yet in the City of Cape Town, there's no problems like that. So why would there be financial mismanagement in the 3 metros in Gauteng?
But what would be their goal?
Yet in Cape Town, the goal is to strengthen their argument that the DA is the only one that can run a proper municipality or metro. 1, 2, to support their colonialist agenda to have Western Cape as a country.
I know that argument.
To say, look how good we are doing. People of Western Cape, sign this referendum. Because if we can run Cape Town, Western Cape, and it gets money directly as a country with its president, we will be able to do more for you.
Is Western Cape successful?
No, it's not.
Otherwise, what do you base that answer on?
I forgot the statistics, man.
Yeah.
How many municipalities did the DA run, and how many they are running now? But it's a serious drop because the DA is not servicing our people. Otherwise, why would President Gayton Mckenzie be shining as the mayor of the Central Karoo of a district?
Yeah.
Why would we have taken a municipality from DA in Tevaterskloof? Why are we running Naisna, which was a stronghold of the DA? Why did we win a ward in the by-elections right in Cape Town in the stronghold of the DA?
I hear, is it where they didn't even have a candidate submitted?
Yes, but it was deliberate. They knew that they were going to lose that ward to us. So DA does not make mistakes when it comes to administration.
Yeah.
So they said, let's lose being on the outside instead of losing to these guys from the inside.
It's like if Chiefs was to play Sundowns and they don't turn up.
Exactly.
They don't pitch.
Yes.
I would use a Chiefs Sundowns example every chance I get.
Yes, because then they say, the bus did this, or this is what happened, or the administration was not in place.
We didn't know we were playing.
So Sundowns gets 3 points, but Chiefs didn't lose, but actually they've lost.
Yes.
That's exactly what the game the DA played there.
Yeah.
Because the Freedom Front Plus refused to support them. Remember, the 3 by-elections in the Western Cape, the DA has been lobbying Freedom Front Plus and local political parties to vote with them for their candidate.
Of course.
And I'll make an example with the last one, which was Lambers Bay. Freedom Front Plus, Sidabek Yerste, and DA all voted together for the DA candidate.
Okay.
We stood by ourselves, the ANC stood by itself. They got 1,400 votes. We got 1,056 votes.
Not bad.
ANC got 600 votes. The analysts said, not me, if the DA on all these parties contested individually, the PA would have won this ward.
Why is that? Because you didn't get the most votes.
We got 1,056.
Yeah.
Together, they got 1,400.
Okay.
So when you divide 1,400 by 3, it gives you a sense that none of them would have reached 1,056.
Of course.
Because they also look at the previous 2021 elections. How much did each party get? So when they look at that, they realize that no. Freedom Front Plus, there's no way it can get 5.
Of course, yeah.
So the numbers the DA got, number the Freedom Front Plus and this party, PA has gotten more alone. So PA would have won.
Done better.
And then Wayne Sussman said, with this result, the PA now the Patriotic Alliance now owns the narrative that it is the only and the only best alternative to the DA in the Western Cape. So based on these results, we are now the second largest party in the Western Cape. So the DA knows that we are about to take them out.
Is it a possibility that the DA, the Patriotic Alliance, would take over Cape Town very soon?
Western Cape?
Yeah.
2024.
Are you seeing that
after
possibility?
The vote, 2024, after negotiations, the PA will have a premier in the Western Cape.
Wow. Guaranteed.
That I can tell you.
Yeah.
Joburg will be in a coalition.
We'll come back to Joburg. Do you already have a candidate, a premier candidate?
Yes, that's Ashley Sauls.
Yeah.
That's why we moved him from here. We took him that side. He was the premier candidate for Gauteng. I am now the premier candidate for Gauteng.
What has led to the DA's continuous win of the Western Cape, in your opinion?
It was a narrative that they gave to colored people.
Yeah.
The ANC is bringing black people to take your jobs from the Eastern Cape. It was basically based on racist division between the colored people and the black people. Now we are uniting them.
Are they aware, as the DA, that you are really eating their cake?
They are aware.
How are they showing this awareness?
By insulting us. Helen Zille just last week said Gayton is in it for the money.
Yeah.
So
is it where Gayton walked in with the AKA song? Is it
yes,
that event?
No. That event Gayton responded.
Okay.
It was a busy news. So that place was white. It was rich white people there. So Gayton, Mashaba, and Helen Zille were speaking there.
Okay.
So Gayton was first.
Yeah.
And he said to them, I'm not walking to that stage if you don't play the song.
They play AKA track.
I'm mourning AKA.
Yes.
So you see, that's the type of our leadership.
Yeah.
We are leaders that do not have to tell people what we are doing. We just do. They will see by themselves.
That's true.
I was with Questa yesterday, and he was telling me, I saw this video of Gayton walking to stage with AKA song. He said, I felt so happy.
Yeah.
That, guys, you guys can recognize us.
Yeah.
He said other politicians don't care.
Let's talk about the DA and your relationship with them.
Yes.
You've been in meetings with them.
Yeah.
Coalition conversations.
Yes.
And clear kingmaker position.
Yes.
And you're not particularly fond of them.
Yes. Look, 2021 negotiations, when they started in November, myself and the president of Patriotic Alliance met with Helen Zille and Stian Hezin. Two of them, two of us.
Yeah.
Then we put the terms, our expectations, the expectations. Sharp, nice meeting. They left.
What were the expectations? Are they clear enough that you're sharing?
No.
Okay.
We had to make that clear. They believe
that's not what they put on the table.
They believe that they are the boss. So we had to make them wake up to the reality that there's a power sharing that we are discussing, not a coalition led by the DA.
Why were they insisting on that? Because they're bringing 75 rand and you have 3 rand.
Exactly.
Okay.
And coalition doesn't work that way. We brought this argument to coalition politics.
Yeah.
We brought it. It was not there.
Okay.
So, second meeting we meet with Helen Zille. It's me and Gayton. It's Helen Zille and some 2 guys there typing for her.
Okay.
And she says something very patronizing. Then I told her, your white supremacist view of us is going to cost these negotiations.
Yeah.
We will never have to prove ourselves to your FedEx. Who do they think they are?
Was that the patronizing thing?
Yes. So I told her right in the meeting, who do you think you are? Who does your FedEx think they are? To tell us that we are not experienced. We must prove ourselves. Who are they? I said, when you became mayor of Cape Town, did you have time to prepare yourself? When you made that boy mayor in Umgeni, did you prepare? People, when Mashaba became mayor and you made him mayor, Mashaba was nowhere in politics.
True.
Then you come and insult us here. I said, you must never do that.
Yeah.
So I told her in her face. Yeah. Then we had a meeting with the coalition partners, with John Steenhuisen. All the parties were agreeing that IFP must get the speaker.
Okay.
Action SA put that argument to the table. That the DA, you can't have mayor, speaker, and chief whip. We have to share there.
Yes.
All the parties agreed, including the Freedom Front Plus. The DA said, let me go and talk to FedEx. Steenhuisen. He comes back. He says, FedEx rejects this proposal. Now, Bra David, 5 parties are agreeing on a principle.
And this mysterious FedEx.
This FedEx comes,
Yeah.
says we reject this proposal.
Yeah.
I said to Steenhuisen, your arrogance and the arrogance of your party is going to cost you this coalition. Remember, we were in with them.
You had agreed, essentially, that we
had an MMC of health.
Already.
We are governing with them.
Yes.
I said, your arrogance and your disrespect of the views of others. I said, you guys call yourselves a democratic alliance, but you don't respect the will of the majority. You don't respect democracy in this coalition.
Yeah.
I said, it's going to cost you. White dominance that FedEx is trying to exert on this coalition will not work with PA.
Sure.
We are nobody's garden boy. We are nobody's branch. We're an independent party.
Is that where you got a sense that the collapse is imminent?
That September,
Yeah.
I was telling them that we are done. And when I went back to the other leaders, I said, we are leaving. Here are the reasons.
Yeah.
And we all agreed. that no. We can't, you see, I have the scars of apartheid system. I have those scars. As a young person, God gave me very strong mental
I'll help you with the word resilience.
Yes. Otherwise, I would have collapsed. I would have been to psychologists left, right, and center with the things that white people did to us during apartheid. And to me, as a young person, less than 18 years, I've never spoken about those things. You see, and I'm mentioning names of people, Brother David, so that whoever is listening, they can go and ask these people. My role in the liberation struggle as a young person. You see, so when a white person speaks to me in a tone that has got white supremacist, racist tone in it, I don't tolerate it.
It takes you back to a time.
It takes me back to where I come from. I am not the ANC and other parties that gets told by white people where to get off. It will never happen. And also, the fact that rich white people, those who own the economy of this country, show so much arrogance. The same arrogance that the Guptas showed. They are showing it today, that they're in charge of the current administration.
Do you feel those scars are felt by a lot of South Africans to a point where it controls the decision making, their decision making now? The very scars that you speak of.
In the ANC, it's like it's gone, man. It's like they don't even have them. The way they're making decisions, the way they're running this country, it's like it's done. Let's forget. Let's move on.
Let's forget the pain.
Brother David, I want to vomit. Every time I drive and I see a Hendrik Verwoerd highway in a democratic South Africa, I see C.R. Swartz, Jan Smarts, Louis Botha. A town is still named Herzogsville. A general that fought the Amandebele, Broncos, has got a town named under him, Bronkhorstspruit. A general who killed our people. The highways, we've got one of the biggest national parks, the Kruger National Park, named after Kruger in this democracy. So the ANC has taken this thing of reconciliation too far. We must be reminded of Hendrik Verwoerd Avenue. Every time I drive on that thing, it's like I can fly. So when we take over, there's no public consultation. We are removing those streets. We are removing those names. We are changing those towns. You have Jan van Riebeck.
Because your point is the ANC has forgotten, but the South African have not forgotten. But when they vote, and when we vote, let me count myself in there and count you.
You forget.
When we vote, do we forget the scars of our past?
You forget. The second largest party in this country, it's a party that is led by white people who seek to maintain the status quo of apartheid.
They say not. They had Mpopalads in office. They say not.
But Brother David, you are talking about profile pictures.
Well,
go and ask other political parties there. Shame to Mpo. That's why Mashaba left. You see. So,
but now Mashaba is talking again to the DA. He even used the word, let bygones be bygones.
Because the DA and Mashaba are funded by the same people. So it's not his choice. But when it comes on certain principled issues, you will see how he fights with the DA, how he fights with Helen Zille.
So you're saying the fight that he had before is likely to come back again? Should he continue
It's
working
already
with
there.
him?
But I'm saying to you, the second largest party is led and owned by white people who want the black people to remain poor, who want white people to remain rich. And who gives them that spot of number 2? It's our people. They are voted by Africans, colored and black.
So we forget.
Indians vote for Helen Zille von Steenhuisen.
We forget.
Because they've forgotten. They have deliberately forgotten. When you remind them, they say, no, it's the past. But they are voting for people who want to make life unbearable for them.
As a life of a black person in South Africa, and I use black very carefully based on our current narrative, that it includes coloreds and Indians.
Yes.
As a life of a black person in South Africa improved, in your observation?
Yes, it has. There's bigger opportunities for black people. There's business opportunities for black people. But under this particular administration, it has deteriorated.
Okay.
It has deteriorated because as you could have seen, Bidvest does so many things that can be done by ordinary people. Then they use them just as employees. Government is giving them business. Our state-owned entities are being sold to private. We are going to reverse those things when we take over. And I said in 2018, January 2018, the day Zuma resigned, CNBC interviewed me. You can search it on YouTube. Kunene on Ramaphosa.
Okay.
I said, and I quote myself, I said, the ANC has voted for a white man painted black.
Who are you referring to?
Ramaphosa.
Yeah.
I said, black businesses are going to suffer and white businesses are going to get more business from government. I said that in 2018.
Has that happened?
It has happened. Some people started posting that video from 2019. No, from 2020. They were saying, you are a prophet. How did you know?
Yeah.
Go and watch that video, what I say there.
How did you know?
Because I know the history of Cyril. Remember, Gayton also wrote a book, Kill Zuma by Any Means Necessary, that they made sure it never sees the day of light in the bookstops.
Yes.
So I know the history of Cyril. I know Cyril. Remember, I grew up in Ordinal Streets, and I told you by 1984, I was already politically conscious. And Cyril, at that time, 83, he was the secretary of NAM based in Velcom at Western Holdings with James Motlatsi, who was the president, his best friend.
Yeah.
So I know a lot, but I will not delve into that right now.
But in essence, you're saying with that knowledge, you were able to make that statement.
I was able to make that statement and more, not just that that knowledge and more. You see, so we have to take the next president of the ANC. Paul Mashatile probably doesn't get instructions from Cyril. So Cyril is worried if Paul Mashatile takes over, he might reverse certain things, or Paul Mashatile might actually deal with him.
But the position of a deputy president in government is seen as a glorified nothing.
If you are weak,
okay.
I'm the deputy president in my party, I'm very strong. And if I become the deputy president of the country, I'll be very strong. It depends who is the deputy president. Mbeki was strong as the deputy president of the country.
True. Yeah.
So it depends how you view that role. So I think there's that fear that Paul might actually overshadow the president because of his knowledge and how he does things. So it's that is the problem. They keep fighting over positions, but they never fight for the welfare of our people.
Yeah.
The ANC is very good at fighting for positions, but they can't fight for the welfare of our people. So, for me, those are critical issues, and I'm highlighting very simple issues for you to understand. You can never mention Hitler. You can't even write Hitler on your car as a number plate in this country. The Jews take you to court.
Of course,
you can't not in Israel, because that name brings back memories. Yet here in a democracy, I must be directed by a voice on my navigation.
That says
take left on Hendrik Verwoerd. Jan Smuts, Jan van Riebeck.
What happens to you in your car when that happens?
No, I'm telling you, I suffocate. I get angry. And I say, can't our people see these things? And none of the political parties that are in parliament have raised this small issue. It's like salt being poured
on
your wound, Baba. On your open wound. So every time I feel that pain. So the ANC and the white DA and Freedom Front Plus. Because they are the ones that are fighting for those names to remain.
Of course.
So it's like they are just throwing salt
on your wound.
On your wound, bruh. And a big wound.
Yes. Aren't you, some would say South Africa has far bigger problems. And allow me to finish my thought.
Yes.
South Africa has a household of a lot of problems.
Yes.
A household of hospitals not working, kids using drugs now, all sorts of problems. It's a mess. And Kenny is here saying we should worry about changing the address of the number of the house. Wouldn't you then say, but that is as important as everything else? What is your argument to that?
It is as important as everything else. The airport was changed the name to OR Tambo. That's how important it was. There's many streets that have been changed. There's Steve Biko in Tshwane.
Yes.
There's many Nelson Mandela drives.
That's true. There's some intersecting roads that are Nelson
Mandela both of them.
And Madiba.
Exactly. Yes. You see. So it is part of correcting the wrongs of the past. It is part of, but the reason they want these names to remain is so that we can accept these people and the pain they've caused to us. That's why political consciousness have left our people. It has left leaders of political parties. Leaders of political parties are not challenging this. Even those who say they are leftist, they're not talking about it.
It is as important as everything else.
It is as important as everything else. Because when we teach our children history, which of course we must also change. We must change the education system. Don't tell me I want to change an education system, but there's bigger problems. No, it forms part of the bigger problem. The naming of the streets with these names, it's a bigger problem. Same as everything else. We can never say that we are a sovereign country when we have got Hitlers or equivalents of Hitlers, because that's what they've done. They've mass murdered our people. Apartheid has been labeled as a crime against humanity by the same people who are supporting it at the United Nations. So, and here we are honoring the perpetrators of a crime against humanity. We are honoring them with names. Streets.
Yes.
We are honoring them with most important parks, where one of the biggest tourist attractions in our country is named as Kruger. And you say you are in power. We are not in power, Brother David. My political consciousness has not left me. I might have eaten sushi of naked women. but
you are still the same person.
But my political consciousness has never escaped me. And that's why I'm in politics.
I want to spend a minute again on the politics and say, looking at the future of South Africa, understanding the South Africans, going back to a quote by Bushiri that you made of miracles versus God, and everything else that happens to South Africa. When you see the future of this country, what preoccupies you the most? And let me list a few things. Maybe you'll pick from them, maybe you won't. Electricity, it's a problem we live with every day. Which speaks to infrastructure. And I'll use that as a second point, because infrastructure is about everything else, roads and so forth. Security being a huge problem in South Africa. But guns are a problem in South Africa. We know that very well. Let me mention now education. You've just mentioned that is part of the story that we're telling. I'm sure I'm missing 100 others. Here are these 4 things. You can add to the list if you want. What preoccupies you the most when you look at the future of our country?
How our people vote.
Okay.
That's what preoccupies me the most. How do you vote for the same people, whether it's the DA in the Western Cape or the ANC countrywide and in other provinces? How do you vote for people who keep messing you up? That's what preoccupies me. Because all those problems will be solved through a vote. The power of our people is in the vote. If our people vote right and put the right people into power and put Gayton Mckenzie into power, put Patriotic Alliance into power, they will tell their grandchildren and great-grandchildren about electricity problem as a history. about unemployment as a time that happened when so and so
was in power.
Our children will be subjected to an education system that makes them productive in the future. We will bring God back to schools, unapologetically so. Christianity enjoys 80% of support in this country. You become a secular state where most of the religions are enjoying almost a similar number. Here, Christianity enjoys. We have seen how our children fight teachers, disrespect parents, because there's no religious education being taught at schools. So we are bringing it back to schools. So we are saying, whatever that I can tell you preoccupies me in those things, I'll be trying to take out ice cream out of shit. So I have to throw out the whole bowl. And then so that I can put ice cream. You understand?
I got you.
So all those are important, including crime, corruption, management of our borders, increasing pension money, paying our public servants better, paying the police better, proper management of the police, fighting drug trade, making sure that international crime syndicates don't come here. So there's a whole lot of things. Making sure that each children goes to school. Making sure that when they finish high school and they are able to go to university, they are able to go to university. And making sure that when they finish their university degrees, they still want to study further. There is still free education for them until they get to PhD.
Can study as long as you want.
For as long as you want. Because when you come back, you are going to add value to the future of South Africa. Making sure that when they are finished, there's jobs for them. So there's a whole lot of things
that preoccupy you, but there's one that preoccupies you the most.
It is how they vote. Our people pay for unions and they still get fired.
Well,
our people,
it depends what you did.
Yes, but our people fight for unions. No, I have said to unions now, after I took over,
because you're facing them now.
You fight for people who are corrupt. You fight for people who steal from the poor by not coming to work every Monday. They are not at work. They are still in time because they are paid for that Monday. They are paid. So I'm putting it into perspective to understand that the unions are not challenging the status quo for their members
because they get money from the member.
They get money from the member.
Yes.
So they are not challenging government. Instead, they are in bed with government. Some of the leaders of unions get to be appointed into government. How do you do that?
Well, technically, I can explain. Allow me to defend a union member. Not that I'm a unionist myself. For you to end up as a unionist, you have to be an employee, a shop steward, and so forth and so forth. That's generally how it happens. So it's not unusual for you to end up working there.
I'm talking about leadership, brother.
Okay, which is
once you become the president, the deputy president, the secretary, as an office bearer.
Yes. You can't also be
even in the province. Why do you then work for the same people that you must fight?
So you're double dipping.
Shop stewards can be part of the employment.
Yes.
Because they must understand the issues.
Of course, on the ground. Yeah.
So I'm saying everybody is happy taking from our people. Some are happy using government to give little to our people and keep them subservient. So political consciousness has really escaped most of our people. We have to bring it back through political education, through engagements, talking to them. And that's what I do everywhere I go, my brother. To try and wake our people up. We have achieved it with Gayton. We have woken up the colored communities. They are now part of the politics. They are here. We said we are not looking at tomorrow. It will take us time. They are trusting us. And black people are hearing us. They are trusting us. Indian people are hearing us. They are trusting us.
Is Gayton's role in the Karoo been a huge boost of your ambitions?
It definitely has been. It definitely has been. The work that he's doing has exposed us to more people, and they are saying, no, We want that type of leadership.
That kind of of a mayor.
That type of mayor, that type of leadership we want. People are saying that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it as difficult and complicated as it seems to achieve what Gayton is achieving in the Karoo?
It is not easy. It is not easy, but you have to put your foot down.
Yeah.
It's not going to be easy for me to achieve what I want to achieve here. But I have to put my foot down. I have to put my foot down. What is interesting that I have discovered now? The law restricts you so much from getting involved. But when everything goes wrong, the law blames the political accounting office. The public blames the political accounting office.
Or wrong both sides.
Exactly.
Yes.
But when you try to say, let me go in and manage and change things, and say, no, you are overreaching.
Slow down.
Don't hear ni ferni. Up to here.
Sure. So you can already anticipate those hurdles.
Yes, but you see, my brother, democracy does not work for us. And the situation our country finds itself in, democracy will not help us. Kagame is a mild dictator. That's what we need.
Yeah.
We need a dictatorship. A dictatorship, the correct dictatorship that will fix things.
What is a correct dictatorship?
A correct dictatorship is a dictatorship that says this is how it is going to be done. That says illegal immigration is a problem.
Yeah.
I am now bringing the army, deploying the army in each province, in each town. I'm now establishing immigration police officers. We hear that in Sunnyside, in Hillbrow, in Newville, there's illegal immigrants. Go there. It's a program. I want them out. Anyone who does not have a paper, out.
That sounds like a dictatorship that loves its country.
That is the dictatorship I'm talking about.
Yeah.
A dictator that will go out and say, all companies, this is how you are going to handle your business. This is how you are going to pay your people. It's easy to get rid of unions. You just have to make sure that government treats its people well. And business treats its people well. A dictator is somebody that will come and say, all the minerals of this country, all the companies that are doing this thing, apartheid did that. They built roads. They built villages that used to be called scomplaces. I'm from a mining area.
True.
They built things.
There are many mining
They
towns.
Sponsored athletics competitions. People went overseas at the cost of the mines. But when the ANC took over, they said, we're doing nothing. So a leader will say, all our minerals, no minerals are leaving our country. We are doing a beneficiation. When our minerals leave us, it must be an end product. Export. So that's a leader. A leader must say, we cannot allow crime to happen like this. Let us bring back death penalty for these crimes.
Yeah.
That's a leader. That's a dictator. No consultation.
But we have a democracy.
A dictator will say, let us learn from Israel. When Steve Mutale, my brother, went to Israel, invited by the president and other journalists all over the world, as an editor of the Citizen at the time, he asked President Netanyahu, why don't you have constitution? He said the constitution limits us. We are in a desperate situation. So we don't agree. I don't agree with what is happening in Israel. I support the Palestinians. But I'm saying we are in the same situation. We are in dire straits. We are in a desperate situation in this country. Illegal immigration, drug trade, criminal syndicates have made our country a crime haven. So a leader will say, we are now putting the constitution aside. It's going to limit us. We are dealing with illegal immigration. Nobody will take us to court about taking people out of or rejecting people from coming into this country.
You realize, however, that it's a very idealistic space that you're in.
Yes.
That may not be reached.
It will be
in our lifetime.
No. No.
Okay.
I can't be in politics for something that cannot be reached.
Okay.
I have firm hope and faith
that it can be reached.
That Gayton Mckenzie will be the president of this country.
But let me.
It might not be 2024, but in 2024 he will be deputy president of this country.
Okay, I'll get there.
If not president.
No, I get there, and allow me, because I want to go back to mild dictatorship.
Yes,
because that's really what you're talking about. Ideal, however, it works if the person. I'm not at all advocating for dictatorship. You are.
Yes.
I'm saying a dictatorship like that works if the person in power truly is a patriot. 1, 2, loves his people. Because if you love your people, those things are easy to achieve. You're doing it for no other purpose. However, we've proven in South Africa that I love me first before I love the neighbors or even my own children for that matter. We've proven that over and over and over again. So that's why I say, as ideal as it sounds, that you can achieve it, but the fear of it is far greater than people would accept. Let's try Gayton as a mild dictator. Because the minute he does one action that speaks of mild dictatorship, we're not going to allow that.
My brother, Kagame is doing it. They're allowing it.
The people of Uganda and the people of South Africa are very different, with a very different history for that matter.
But you see, people want to be led.
Yeah.
That's why they're complaining of lack of leadership.
Of course.
Because there's no decisiveness. People want a decisive leader. That's all over the world. It doesn't matter who people are.
But a decisive leader that makes good decisions for the greater good.
Exactly. So Gayton is a patriot. Let me talk about your view of mild dictatorship that might be accepted.
Okay.
Gayton is a patriot. The name of the party says that.
Okay.
Gayton loves his people. He has demonstrated that. Gayton wants to do things for his people. He has demonstrated that. So that is the only leader at this point in time who has got a proof of concept to lead this country, because he's a patriot and he loves his people. And in 12 months of his dictatorship, the people will actually be asking him to proceed. Because their lives...
With a mild dictatorship.
With a mild dictatorship, because their lives will be better.
Yeah.
Because they will be able to walk at night without any gunshots or fearing to be raped. Because they will be able to visit their friends the way we used to. You know, my wife asked me a question yesterday at night. She said, don't you miss the good old days?
What was she referring to?
I asked her. She said, when we could walk free from crime. When we could walk free in the streets.
Yeah.
She said, just that freedom of just walking on the street. I can't even walk on the street here. We've got a private security, but I must always, when somebody comes, I must be worried that, hey, is he not a criminal?
So you're saying mild dictatorship could solve that?
So decisiveness.
Yeah.
Decisiveness. Now, the problem that we have with the ANC type of government, how they are structured, they must first consult in the party, then they must still go and consult with government departments, then they must go and consult with the people who are owning them.
With the unions as well in that layer.
Yeah. With the so-called tripartite alliance. Then they must still go and consult with the people that own them.
Yeah.
Because Cyril must go and consult with the people that own him. So the people that own him tells him he can't do what he has consulted on.
So he has to go back.
Now he has to go back and convince them that, no, this is the right way. So you can't run government like that. You must be decisive.
Yeah. You're not alone in this race to leadership of the country. And you know this. You have other political parties.
Yes.
Some smaller than you.
Yes.
Some much bigger than you.
Yes.
The DA, I'll count them in. And I'll deliberately leave the ANC because they're in leadership in most parts of the country. The DA, the EFF, yourselves are in the Action SAs making inroads in other parts of the country.
FP's there.
Yes, exactly. You're not alone. There's a lot of people that are racing this race.
Yes.
Your confidence is incredible, I must admit. And some of your achievements are mind-blowing with the little time you've had. Similar to the EFF in some instances.
Yes.
And I will say to you, when you look at your competitive landscape, what what friends do you think you should be having? And let me qualify my thought. I spoke to you once on the radio when you were a fighter.
Yes.
You were a fighter. I remember that call so clearly because when you said, "Hey, Brakeni," your first words were, "Hey, afternoon fighter." Those were your words.
Yes.
So clearly you were sold into a different political life.
Yes.
Which you didn't last at all there.
Yes.
And you are in court battles with the leadership of the EFF that is well known for all sorts of insects that are thrown around. I say one of them where you say the dung beetle is no longer a cockroach. so that's why I'm sitting here saying, if I was to have Julius Malema speaking to him right here, and let me use a similar position as yours. If I was to have Floyd Shivambu right here, his ambitions and goals are similar to yours as they are to you. And that's why I ask now, with your political competitive landscape, we do that as brands, we do that as people. We look at our environment. What do you see the future of South Africa being? Because the other guys are working just as hard as you.
We are in the era of coalitions.
Okay.
We said before, during the campaigning in 2021, leading up to elections, we are going to be the kingmakers in Joburg. They said we were crazy. We became the kingmakers.
Yeah.
Which means whatever decisions are made there on a deal, it impacts on Ekoleni.
Of course.
We will be the kingmakers in 2024, nationally and certain provinces. But Western Cape, we will be either the second largest party or the largest party. That will then bring other parties to negotiate, to support us.
Of course.
And vote for our candidate as the premier. So that's a reality.
Western Cape.
Yeah.
Western Cape is clear in your world. Yes. Okay.
National, we will be part of that coalition. And we will be the kingmaker.
When you say coalition national, you're almost guaranteeing ANC's loss.
No. Yes. The ANC will be below 50.
Okay.
It might even be below 40.
Yo.
It might even be below 30.
Okay.
Because there's no leadership in the ANC. So,
unless they go with a different candidate.
If they go with a different candidate, it will be too late to achieve anything. Because he won't be able to fix everything that has been undone, basically. So, because he still has to go also through those processes of consultations, unless he's a decisive leader. So let's not say dictatorship, decisive leadership.
Sure.
Yeah, let's use the word decisive leadership because that's what Gayton is, that's what I am. So, you see, the DA, Action SA, Freedom Front Plus, ACTP, Musi Maimane, IFP have signed a national agreement.
Okay.
That they will give the IFP their votes in KZN. The IFP and others will give the DA their votes nationally. That's the deal they've done.
Do such deals hold over time?
Sometimes.
Okay.
The PA refused to be part of the deal because we want to remain in the middle. We want to be able to negotiate and hostrate. The ANC has got itself and other smaller parties, but it's not formalized. It's out of principle. Okay.
Does that work, that principle that you referred to, the ANC side of the deal?
It's working in the city of Joburg. There's 9 parties that are voting with the ANC. So it's working in the city of Joburg.
And you're one of those?
No, I'm not. 9 parties.
Okay.
I'm the 10th.
Oh.
EFF is the 11th.
Okay.
ANC is the 12th in the coalition.
But
there's 9 parties that have grouped themselves as the minority parties.
Sure.
1 seat, 2 seats, 3 seats.
Yes.
So they've grouped themselves.
And then ANC comes in.
And then us and the EFF, we remain independent because we are the third largest party by numbers in this coalition in the city of Joburg.
Okay.
So, however it works. So 2024 will do what we did in the city of Joburg, in Nice and everywhere else. We'll say these are our demands DA block, this are our demands ANC block.
So you're still open to a DA conversation where the opportunity exists.
As long as, you see, the ANC kicked us out in 2020. Because they had the same mentality of the DA. Now they understand how coalition works.
Let's talk about that mentality. What is that mentality of the DA?
The mentality is, I have got more seats than you, therefore I must lead you, I must be the boss. No.
I must be the older brother.
Yeah, no, you consult with us. You don't make decisions.
Okay.
So the DA is still finding it difficult to accept that reality. So we keep giving them a chance.
But the ANC has come around.
I can tell you, whatever deal it is that we might reach with the DA, me as Kunene and Deputy President of PA, I will fight in the PA, will never vote for Steenhuisen or Helen Zille to be President of South Africa. It's too early.
Why is that?
It's too early.
What do you mean by
FedEx? This FedEx of Helen Zille has showed us that they have no respect for black people. They have no respect for black parties. Their arrogance and white supremacist character has showed us that we cannot betray our people like that.
However, I'm surprised that you're saying in certain areas you're willing to negotiate with them.
Yes.
Even though you believe FedEx is as hostile as you say.
Action SA agrees with us.
Yeah.
That's why in council, Action SA did not vote with the DA on the candidate. IFP voted with the DA, Action SA. It's a mess.
Yeah,
Action SA is voting with this one is voting. So it's a mess there. But we have remained to say we'll go into coalition with anyone.
Okay.
Anyone. We've never said we won't go in a coalition with the EFF, with the Freedom Front Plus. No, we said anyone.
Yeah.
And we have kept our word. And we are saying in 2024, whoever gives us the best deal, we'll go with them.
What looks like a best deal to you?
Best deal is Gayton being president or deputy president
of the country.
Yeah. We share ministers, we share ambassadors, deployments.
Even if you're bringing 8 seats to the table.
Yes.
And another party is bringing 40.
Yes.
Or 42 for
we
that.
Still
person.
share.
Yeah.
We still share. The discussion must be, how much do we share?
I was about to say that.
Yes. But when we go to national, we say, let's start with the presidency. ANC, you got more votes, but the people have lost confidence in your presidency.
Yeah.
Let's have a first discussion. Give Gayton a chance for 2 years to be president. As a gesture that you are really committed to this thing.
Let me tell you.
Maybe discussions might not go
our
way,
your favor.
And they might land at, no, let Gayton be deputy president and let's work together to make sure that we correct the mistakes of the ones who came before us. There could be that argument. And we might.
You were open to a discussion.
Because in a negotiation, you compromise.
That's true.
You see? So we might compromise and say, no, it's fine. And then we say, how many ministers are we sharing? Which ministries?
Yeah.
Because we want to impact our people. However, since we are sharing, we must also share ambassadors. We must deploy people also as ambassadors.
Everywhere in the world.
We are putting you in government to deploy ambassadors.
Yes.
So we must also deploy. And don't give us Africa. We share everywhere.
Why
America.
Not Africa? Why not Africa? It's just as important.
No. You can't say we are giving you 54 ambassadors in Africa.
Okay.
What about the superpowers? We also want to sit down and say, which countries are superpowers? There's 5, 6 of them. Sharp. So we are taking 2. You deploy to 2, you deploy to 3.
I like this conversation because it's almost like you're talking to the ANC.
Exactly. That is how we negotiate, my brother.
Yeah.
That's why Helen Zille said, we are tough negotiators. But once we have agreed, you sleep well.
Yeah.
But the DA might come back and say, guys,
we have big
ANC
numbers. Bring your
giving
people.
you deputy president.
We can give you president.
We're giving you president.
Is it even likely with the DA? Based on your knowledge of the FedEx.
What I have seen in negotiations, anything can happen. These people, compromises are made for the municipalities and the metros.
Yes.
What about the country, my brother, and the provinces?
Anything is possible.
What about the country?
Yeah.
So, DA might come and say, we see ANC is giving you deputy president. With our numbers, we'll make 58 with you. Or 53 with you.
Yeah.
We have agreed as a bloc that you must take president, Mashaba takes deputy president, or Steenhuisen take deputy president.
I don't see that happening.
Then we all share.
I like how when I say I don't see that happening, you say you've seen things happen.
I've seen things happen, my brother, trust me. Then the ANC will say, hey, we hear the DA is giving you president. Okay, take president. Then you now say, who gives me
a better deal? No, deal that makes sense.
Who will give me a peace of mind to implement what I want to implement?
Some people use this horse trade. Well, some people look at the horse trade as a we also want to eat.
Yes.
That exists. That narrative exists. What do you say to that statement? They are in the middle of this because
the president has been there for almost a year now.
In the Karoo?
There's never been a rumor that he was trying to loot anyway. There's just been rumors that he's bypassing processes to implement work for the people. That does not even cost government money.
Like a baker.
like the toilets.
Yes, exactly.
Where he did not even use money of the state, like the swimming pools. So people are complaining. The DA and SACP are complaining about the man servicing the people without taking a cent from the state. So it shows you our politics, the people who want to eat.
Yeah.
We have other municipalities from 2021 that we've been running, where we have mayors. There's even never been a rumor of looting. What can I loot at transport, my brother, when that department is so messed up? Some entities there are messed up.
Yeah.
So I have to fix. And I became a councillor because I'm the premier candidate. When I go campaign, I must show people proof of concept. This is what I did where I led in government. Our politics are different. We are not campaigning by telling people promises. We are campaigning by saying, this is what I've done. Vote for me so that I can have more power
to do
more for you.
Yeah.
That's our campaign.
Let me go back to a question I asked. Your competitive landscape is as busy as you.
Yes.
In the picture you painted of that horse trade,
yes,
there's a EFF that will be involved in that horse trade.
Yes.
Is there ever room for you to speak to EFF the same way you said you're open to speak to anybody?
Yes, there is a room for me.
Yeah,
there is a room for PA. We continue to say we'll talk to anyone.
In EFF included?
EFF included, because it is about our people.
Yeah.
It is about what we want to achieve for our people. So if EFF is prepared to talk to us, we'll talk to them.
Yeah.
I don't even mind reaching out and say, let's talk. As black brothers, let's talk.
Irrespective of our court issues.
We can have court issues.
Yeah.
But we can talk about each other however. But let's sit around the political table and say, what are we doing for our people?
Does that maturity exist?
With me, it exists.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we are busy fighting as Africans. And the people who are a minority are the second largest party. And we have seen that when the ANC gets reduced, they emerge. They've emerged in Cape Town first, then they emerged in the Western Cape.
Yeah.
So are we allowing them to emerge nationally?
Yes, that's the question.
Are we allowing them to emerge in Gauteng? So in the interest of our people, because we know why the DA was formed, to make sure that the interests of not even white minority, the interests of the capturers of our economy are protected.
Yeah.
So are we going to keep on calling each other bandits and insects and this? Yet the two white parties are not name-shaming each other. Or are we going to be matured and be politically conscious and say, it's time we sit down as black brothers? We have done it in the city of Joburg. We are governing with EFF in the city of Joburg. Last week I had a program with the public safety, a council, MMC of public safety, a councillor deployed by the EFF. We went to work together. We continue to work together. So that's the message I'm sending to my people, including the EFF. Let us come together for the benefit of our people. Otherwise, IFP is already lost to the DA.
Yeah, it's gone.
The votes of the Zulu people who vote for IFP, their votes are going to the DA in 2024. So do you want to put the DA in power and then the DA shows us flames, then we must go to exile to come and reclaim our country? Or do you want to say, let us come together and hold hands as brothers and run our country and make sure that it is 100% sovereign?
What type of flames do you imagine with the DA presidency?
Sure. Western Cape is going to be a country.
Okay.
So black and colored people in the Western Cape are going to be turned into slaves. We are going to see white businesses running us. Racist white arrogance. We are going to see it at a level unprecedented. There's going to be war.
Yeah.
It is actually going to awaken our people that, hey,
maybe that's what our people want or need.
But we can't have it.
That awakening.
For the benefit of our children, we can't have it.
Yeah.
There's many possibilities to it.
But it's not a glorious place.
No, it's not a glorious place.
Yeah.
And the DA has done this deal because it realizes that it's losing support. And who is weakening the DA is the Patriotic Alliance.
Yeah.
We are taking from them, not just colored people, black people and white people are joining us.
You're making the right noises.
Yes. Indian people are joining us who used to vote for the DA. So they realize that we are weakening them. That's why they want this block.
I can't let you go before I speak about the Sushi King. For me, it's such an unnecessary subject. Yeah. However, I realize that it keeps following you, this character. You can't ignore it.
Yes.
Whether you try or not. There's a video of you on top of a motorbike waving. There's a king. There's a king.
I was entering ZA.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're running of a business like that. Because I remember driving past in Cape Town. Driving past, I was like, there's ZA. I've never been to ZA.
Yeah.
The running of that, the conceptualization of that. Was it the same personality that organized the beauty pageant Klerksdorp? Was it the same guy that said, these are the type of things I do?
It was the same guy. It was the same guy who ran Shebeen's.
Yeah.
I did a street bash, the first street bash in Joburg. I did it at my house. So entertainment, marketing is part of who I am. PR is part of who I am.
Yeah.
So when that opportunity presented itself, we said, let's make an impact. But once ZA was there was a marketing behind ZA.
A huge one.
And South Africa being a bit conservative, I looked for something that will shock them and make them talk. And the sushi party was, my birthday party was that. I continue to say that the media asked me, now that you are the MMC, are you still the Sushi King? I say, yes. I'm still the Sushi King. South Africans named me the Sushi King. I will be the Sushi King until I die.
Yeah.
There's no other king of sushi all over the world. Even in Japan, where Nyotai Mori is done, where it originates, there is no Sushi King.
Yes.
It is me.
You look for Sushi King, you find. You
Google Sushi King, you find me. So why would David I ran away from royalty title? I'm counted amongst the kings.
Like that.
Why would
me, King David?
Exactly. Why would you say, no, I don't want to be King David? You are royalty, my brother. Royalty, when it gets bestowed on you, it comes in different ways.
Absolutely.
So I'm royalty before the eyes of God. I'm royalty before the eyes of many people. So,
but it's not something you would do again. Your life is different now.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes. Yeah. Although I still get people who ask me to do it privately for them, get a model, come and do a sushi party.
Have you done it recently?
And then, no. Okay. I've been focused on politics.
Okay. Yeah. I have to check.
People still take a chance.
Yeah. Or Kenny would like you to come do that sushi thing.
Yeah. But privately, no phones.
Yeah.
I say, no. Anything can happen.
Yeah. No, you don't want that.
No, you don't want that.
Yeah. Because now you're leading a different life now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
does this life come with huge responsibility though? This
very
new
much.
Life.
This new life comes with huge responsibility, but I don't feel it because I'm remaining true to myself. I still DJ, I still go out, I still puff my cigar.
Yes.
post on my Instagram, post on Facebook, the lifestyle things. Because I said to my party, don't take away my lifestyle.
Yeah, don't change me.
Because I'm going to be bought.
Yeah.
Let me remain who I am. People must not be fooled. Let me rock up in my sports car, in my luxury car. Let me continue.
That hasn't changed.
But then I serve the people.
Wouldn't that things like that? Because I know you're quite a dresser. You know, you don't dress down very easily.
Yeah, no.
Even if you dress down, I was hanging out with my boys yesterday, and someone says, "Is it obvious that I'm wearing 50,000?" Even if you dress down, it's still brands that are recognized.
Yes.
You're still that guy. That hasn't changed.
That will never change.
Yes.
My grandfather always said to me, clothes are your first skin. Before the people see your scars, they see how you are dressed, and they make an opinion of you.
Before you even say a word.
Before you even say a word.
Yeah.
So that's why criminals dress so well, so that when they appear, you make a positive opinion about them, only to find that's the thing that's coming for you.
Is it true you used to hang out with people who you say, this one doesn't belong here because they're not dressed right?
Yes, I used to tell them. My brother, no, wait, man. This is a fashion gathering. Go and sit there with those people there.
But don't you worry that character may contaminate the political ambitions? And I'll tell you why I say that.
Yeah.
Where they say, you are such a capitalist in your outlook, but yet you claim you want to help the people. Well, don't you think that will compromise some of your political ambitions?
No, we live in a capitalist country.
Yeah.
Even when I address my members, I'll say, please guys, if you bring me a present, just make sure that you bring the right present. I don't drink cheap. So I make jokes with them like that.
Yes.
And our followers appreciate who we are. And they appreciate that we are not running away from that. I DJ when we have functions, our party functions. They see me, I post that I'm going to DJ there. Our political members, our followers, they come to I'm going to DJ. Wow. What they like is that we are an open book. We are not, if I try to behave somehow like a pastor, it will be to fool the people.
That's true.
Because that's not me.
That's not who you really are.
So I must keep who I am. Because, by the way, I got into the limelight through that part.
That's true.
Not politics. So if I take that away, I'm going to suffer.
Yeah.
But if I keep it, I'm going to still bring even my other followers. You see. That is why politicians who grew through political ranks, when they try to be socialized, people have a problem with it. Because that's not how they know them. So they expect you to be this person.
But the same can be argued, the reverse of that. Yes. People in the limelight like you, who are now trying to be politicians, people struggle to accept that. Because when you were appointed MMC, the immediate reaction was, hey, man, man. And you can tell where it comes from.
Yes.
It comes from this change, and I call it a change. You're saying it's not a change, it's just an extension.
Yes.
There's seemingly a change in your personality based on our view.
Yes.
But nah, man, is he going to really do this?
Yeah.
And you can understand where that comes from.
No, I do.
Yeah.
But the circumstances in our country dictate that anyone, people are no longer interested in your political credentials. Yeah. They're interested in what are you going to do for us.
That's true.
That's what people are interested in.
Yeah.
And when they know you like they know me, they say, no, this one we know. This one we know what he's capable of. Let's give him a chance.
Yeah.
You see? So if they don't know you, it's a problem.
You have to work twice as hard.
Yeah. But also, we didn't do it, boom, gradually.
That's true.
We did it gradually. And now they see, no, these people are not in a hurry so that they can eat. People,
and they're not joking.
Yes.
This is
people
not
are up to something.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm very happy. And everywhere, by the way, even old people being there say, next time you must bring sushi.
So you can't shed the skin of the sushi king. Eh?
Yeah.
A dresser, a guy who goes to the summer awards wearing a cat. So you can't shed that guy.
No, you can't.
He's a part of you.
You see, that's why when I went to be inaugurated as the MMC, I went to sign. I was wearing Louis Vuitton shoes, Louis Vuitton bag.
For your inauguration?
Yes, in concert.
Yeah. When you were sworn in, essentially, yes.
I was basically saying, yes, I'm being sworn in, Louis Vuitton tie.
Yeah.
I was basically saying, I am still this person.
Yeah.
Don't expect to see me in shoes that are looking me in the face to convince you that I'm a politician. No. I'm not going to do that.
How do you, and because this becomes a natural question to this, how do you make a living now? Besides the income you make from your thing, from as a politician, so to speak?
No, my salary as an MMC, my wife is running the account where that salary goes in.
Okay.
To pay, especially for high school learners whose parents can't afford and they are bright.
Okay.
That's what and then health, chronic medical diseases that children have.
Is it people who come and request to Real Matata, help us out? Yeah.
There's people that have requested. Some request on things that I can't do.
Okay.
But at the press conference, I'll give an email and a number where they can request.
Interesting.
So that we are able to pay.
But it's not a bottomless pit of money. This is your salary.
This is my salary.
Yeah.
So it's first come, first serve. We also look at the statement and the argument that's been put forward. Say this one needs dire help. Then we say every month we'll give you so much from my salary.
Yes.
Every month we'll give you so much. When it's a once-off, it's fine. So that's how we will operate it. But I still do my events. I still do my appearances. I still sell some merchandise there and there. So I still do government relations consulting work. I still do PR and marketing consulting work. So I'm fine there.
Yeah, so that part of your life still as active as it's always been.
It's still as active.
Yeah.
The serious big business, I've put a trust, let the guys run them. I'm out of them because those ones would be conflicted somewhere.
I was about to say.
But these ones, it's entertainment, it's PR, it's government relations. I still do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And wouldn't you say even government relations has a conflict element to it, or depending where you do it?
No. It's the company.
Yeah.
And somebody is doing it there. They might come to me for opinion or ideas.
Got you.
But it won't be government relations. I said they must avoid contracts in the city of Johannesburg.
Yes, of course, because that's where you work.
Yeah, mostly it's national.
Yeah.
So it's not us there. Yeah.
And I'm thinking about the businessman / the politician. Elements are similar. The environment is similar. You still have targets and goals and things to achieve. And I imagine you are running it with a similar approach. Your current job opportunity that you have, you're running it with a similar approach that says, let us sebenze, man.
And I've said to them, even my staff, I know business.
Yeah.
That's why the entities, GRA and Metrobus, I was able to tell them, look, your organogram, the way it's structured, is going to render or is rendering this company ineffective. Go and present something else to me so that we can look at it, then take it to the board. I've questioned a lot of decisions because I'm a businessman. The MOEs, municipal-owned entities, are governed. They are companies. They are governed by the same company laws that govern all big companies in the country.
True.
So it's very easy, and I'm able to do that quite effectively, and they are beginning to understand that at least this political leader understands the space that we are in. And that's why I am very hopeful that we are going to turn things around.
Quick, easy question. South Africa, potholes in Johannesburg. As a Joburg person, are we anticipating the roads that you have control of to see solutions soon?
Yes.
What is soon in your world?
That is why I'm here.
Yeah.
Number one, our budget has been cut. There's limitations. But we've got other challenges in the implementation. And I want to invite you to the press conference on Thursday because I'll be able to outline everything. I can outline it now, but I don't want to
True.
The
you
the
can.
Press conference.
Hold on one second. You can. I'll tell you why. We're going to flight this after the conference.
Okay.
So don't worry about that.
All right.
Yes.
Look, there's a problem of people working at the depots. It's a major problem.
Yeah.
They do sit-ins. councillors come, ask them to go and patch potholes, fix a road, just to come with a grader. They refuse. I've dealt with one issue like that. So there's this lackadaisical kind of behavior in government, in the public service, where people don't care. Unions will protect them. That's the first thing I have to deal with. Laziness and stealing from the poor through your salary by not working but expecting to be paid full salary.
Yes.
That's the first thing I have to deal with. Then I have to deal with managerial decisions. Then I have to deal with suspensions. Too many acting positions. We are not in Hollywood. Then I have to deal with the equipment, like the asphalt plant that can produce 200 tons of asphalt per hour. That is not working because there's a court case. Asphalt that has got a crusher that can recycle the old tar that you take out. You take it back, we recycle it, we bring it back. There's no crusher. That's not working. And if that asphalt plant is 100% in full force working with the recycle, we will be able to fix more potholes, employ more people, and sell surplus asphalt to other municipalities and private companies and generate revenue for JRA.
And somebody's not doing this.
And somebody's not doing that simple thing.
Sure.
You see?
Wow.
So, but then I have to change the business model of how asphalt is run. That's why I'm waiting for the boards.
Do you anticipate getting a pushback with some of your activities you want to implement?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'll push harder back and make sure that we are aligned.
Yeah.
It's not for me. It's for JRA to work. And it's going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are a few challenges. But at the center of it is laziness. It's unions interfering too much in management decisions and how they deal with lazy people. And then you've got bad decisions by management, protecting corruption and corruption itself, especially at the SCMs.
Yes. Have you found a lot in your space?
It's bad. It's bad, especially at JRA.
Yeah.
But look, there's an acting CEO. The CEO is suspended.
The one with weird qualifications.
Yes. Then we've got the CFO there who is working hard. But obviously, they have been there and a lot of things have happened.
In their balloting.
You know. So one needs to say, do we change their mindset and encourage them? Or do we say to them, but you have failed? I'm not the one to take jobs of people away, but I'm also the one to say you have to bring your beat. If you don't bring your beat, then please, the people can't suffer because of your laziness.
No.
The people can't suffer because of your corruption. You accepted this job understanding what is at stake.
True.
So that is my approach, and that's what I'm going to do, my brother. Wow. For the past 4 weeks, I've been learning and understanding, but I've also been saying, this is how we are changing. This is what we are doing. This is how it's going to happen.
Yeah.
So we are matching. Now that the board has changed, we will be able now to have a new board with a new mindset and then push and make sure that things are aligned. But we are going to do a lot.
Yeah. Resurfacing of roads. Some roads are not potholes.
Our road infrastructure is bad. It's aged. Some of it is very old. It needs to be redone.
Yeah.
Some of it is resurfacing. Potholes are as a result of water in most instances.
Yeah.
And our people are causing potholes, even in the suburbs.
Okay.
So stormwater drains are blocked. So water, instead of going underground when it rains, it goes on the road. Where it gets stuck, it eats on the tar, it creates potholes. So we also need education to our people. We need to educate them. So those are the issues. But I think once in the next week or two, once I'm done with these consultations, that's why I'm having a press conference. My plan is to go on site, take pictures, take videos, make sure people work.
Yeah.
Make sure people. So I would have met all the depot managers and I would have given proper instructions of what is going to happen. Because political leadership sometimes, when it doesn't speak, people say, I know we are protected. You see. But when you empower the managers and the executives, they're able to enforce what must be done. Yes. I said to them, don't come and tell me people don't want to work. So why are you here? Must I go and manage people there?
That's double job.
I deal with the CEO. Yes. So the CEO must deal with the HOD. HOD must. So I take it down.
Yeah.
And I said, this is what you must understand. You must be decisive. You must make decisions. I will defend you where you make the correct decisions.
That's true.
So go and make decisions. If the people don't come, suspend them. Give them a letter of suspension. They will wake up when they are home. Jeez. But we have, our people can't wait for debates in government. We must implement. And that's what I'm going to do.
We can't wait for council meetings.
That's what I'm going to do.
Very quick one. You have a problem. I think it's a tender problem with the buses.
Yes.
The buses that ferry South Africans very efficiently, I must admit, because I had a colleague here in our office who traveled from Soweto in Orlando, and he says it's the smoothest ride from Soweto all the way to up the road here.
Yes.
And it doesn't seem, it seems like the future. Currently, I think they're still running. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it seems like the future is not looking bright.
At Metrobus.
Yes.
Everybody says Metrobus must be
done away with.
Yeah. Why? The model that Metrobus was based on when it was established, it's a model of subsidy. Metrobus is not expected to make money.
Okay.
Metrobus is expected to generate the little they can for their maintenance.
Okay.
But Metrobus depends on on subsidy for it to survive.
Okay.
Metrobus is meant to assist the citizens of Johannesburg to pay less for transport fees to go to work and come back.
Yes.
So why do you want to close that business model? It's a charity. Why do you want to? You created a charity business. Why do you want to close it?
Is it working efficiently currently?
It's not, but there are systems in place that we are introducing. The biggest challenge is theft at Metrobus. Nothing else.
Who's stealing
theft,
what?
Drivers.
Who's weighing?
Instead of when people pay by cash, it goes to the pocket.
Oh boy, our journey is long.
Then you've got people selling diesel, people stealing diesel. Then you've got breakdowns, parts being bought, but they never reach the bus. So theft is the biggest problem.
Yeah.
And syndicates are a biggest problem. But I'm going to deal with them. I've already started with one which I will announce.
Be very careful. Be careful, Brakeni.
At the press conference.
Yeah.
We can never be afraid, my brother. Yeah, but the clever must understand that they are stealing from the poor. They are depriving our people of service. They must understand. So let them go and perfect their stealing. I will perfect my systems to stop them from stealing. Yes. Simple.
I wish you well. I think your job is massive. It's not going to be an easy one. Before I but the difference between Metrobus, Rehabilitation.
Yeah.
What is the difference there?
Rehabilitation, it's a model that was introduced to take up certain routes, but also for a speed, faster
route
transportation, which has got its specific route. But the model was done with a partnership with the taxi associations for them to have shares.
Okay.
Metrobus, they don't have shares. It's wholly run by the city.
Yeah.
So that is how it is structured. Empower the taxi people so that we take out more taxis on the road, so that we use Metrobus, we use Rehabilitation, but there's other taxis that can still run.
Okay.
But we try to get as many as possible out of the roads.
Is that working? Because it has its own challenges as well.
It's got its own challenges, but they are really not about the model. They are just about you said, I said.
Okay.
They're about you didn't pay tax. We can't pay you before you settle your tax bill.
Okay.
They're about you said 12 years. I said 12 years. No, you didn't say 12 years.
Oh, boy.
That after 12 years I must apply. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold my taxis.
Surely there's a contract somewhere.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But the guy said this was not in the contract. And when the contract came and we signed, we thought everything was included that we agreed on, but this addition was included. So you played us. So it's totally.
And the argument is you didn't read it.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have signed it before you read it.
Yes, but so it's that is the problem. But
is Ravaya running currently?
Yeah, it's running. It was just affected because the guy who supplies them diesel, the company supplying diesel, said we are not supplying you diesel because you owe us.
Of course.
Government is saying we can't pay you because you didn't pay SARS. Sort your stuff with SARS, then we'll pay you.
That's all.
So we're trying to solve it.
Okay.
It's getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it looks like these are solvable problems.
I could have taken housing.
Yeah. Did you have an option?
Yeah.
In the conversation, in the negotiation, there was an option.
We've got two.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You could have taken one or the other.
Yeah. There's a lady that we have deployed to. Housing affects only poor people. But transport affects everyone.
That's true.
And as the premier candidate, I want to solve the problems of everyone. So that when they talk, they can be able to say, no, but we also know him. He solved our problems. And they can vote the right way for me to be the premier candidate of Gauteng.
Can we put Can you put you on the block and say we will have no potholes in the next 6, 7, 8, 10 years, 10 months of this in Johannesburg?
It's possible, but it is going to need more money.
Yeah.
We've got 14,000 kilometers of road in the city of Johannesburg.
Not enough to...
So to do 1,000 kilometers to rebuild the road, you need 7 billion. But with that plant, we can reduce about 40% of the cost. So some needs resurfacing, some needs redoing overall.
Yeah.
There's also work that has been done, substandard work on the roads that have been built in our communities.
Yes, in you find a lot of half-half.
Yeah, so we need to go back there.
Yeah.
I was in Protea North, Protea Glen, extension 26 and 27. The whole development was done, but there's no proper stormwater drainage system. So I went to do sort training last week. We are doing 3 kilometers of stormwater.
Yeah.
Now we have to go back. Now
Do you have the budgets for that?
Yeah, we have a budget for that. Now we have to cut through tar that
and
we have already built
and redo it.
Come and redo it.
Oh, boy.
So you say, who signed off from planning on this development? Who signed off from JRA? So these are the challenges. But God has never given me anything that I could not overcome. I rely on His grace and mercy and wisdom to impart into me.
What do you say to a young man who's thinking of doing crime or who's doing crime currently? What do you say to him? Who's watching this and he's thinking what he's doing, clever, he's smart, what do you say to him?
He'll either end up in prison or in the grave.
What do you say to him about jail life, prison life?
If you go there too young, you might end up being a wife of somebody else.
Yeah.
But you might also end up being a bigger criminal when you come out.
Oh.
So rather, don't even do crime.
Yeah.
Don't go there.
Don't
go there.
Yeah.
And those who are there, we always say, there is a second chance on the outside. There is life after prison. We are the living testimonies to that, and not only us. There's many others who are from prison who used to be criminals, and they've done very well. We just happen to be the ones who are in the public space who are known. But
is it difficult to recover from a coming out of prison and to be what is the word you use in your language, to be re-involved into society?
Yeah. Look, the restoration program that Correctional Services has its own shortcomings. But you see, rehabilitation starts with the person.
That's the word.
It doesn't start with the program.
Yes.
To be rehabilitated, you must be prepared to be rehabilitated. But for as long as you are not prepared to, nobody can do nothing. Yeah. So it starts with you as a person.
Yeah. So if you're just stuck in your criminal mindset,
you'll go back.
Yeah.
You'll come out, go back, come out, go back.
And you've seen people like that?
I've seen people like that. I've seen a guy goes out today and tomorrow is back.
Yeah. Dude, are there people in South Africa who look at prison as the only solution to their life problems? But I'd rather be there than in normal society.
Yeah, you've got guys who are homeless. In winter, they would commit petty crimes so that they're in prison for the duration. They give me 6 months. He goes to prison. He's there. Summer, he comes out. He's on the outside begging. Winter, he goes the crime, goes back.
Oh boy, that's just the crisis in our country.
Big crisis.
Your friendship with Gayton. Take me to a moment where you met. Because this meeting was in prison.
Yeah. No, we met in prison. We didn't know each other. And obviously, I was in my section, was in section. But then at some point, I worked at the kitchen.
Okay.
I knew him, he knew me.
As that guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, as that guy. But then it happened that the guys were planning to chow him.
Sure.
And then I was in a position to tip him off because I was working everywhere. As a monitor, I was also a monitor.
Okay.
And we ended up in the same cell. And that's where the plan to expose
Nyaga in prison came out.
Was hatched. So we shared a cell for a very long time in the administration office.
And you became boys.
And we became boys. Well, whilst others were playing Morabaraba, we were ready. Playing in the outside.
Really?
Yeah.
So the plan for this has been hatched a long time ago.
It was hatched in prison.
Sure. And your dramatic reveal of corruption amongst the warders, that was a moment, eh?
It was at a high risk to our lives.
I can only imagine.
Because Lindam T was the commissioner of correctional services then said, they think this is Hollywood, will show them. Literally putting...
Saying you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Putting a death sentence on our heads.
But as a commissioner, shouldn't she be protecting you?
He was supposed to, but you see, that is how senior officials and politicians in government protect corruption.
Yeah.
He was trying to please Pope.
Yes.
And his ANC members who are exposed that they sell guns to inmates to escape with bullets. Sell drugs inside prisons.
Surely at that time you also thought this is going to get us in trouble.
No, it did. There were attempts at our lives many times, but other inmates would tip us off, and as I always say, by the grace of God, we are outside now, and we are alive.
And you've overcome that moment in your history. Yes.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying everything that happened to us, I see it as a journey.
Yeah.
A journey that we are not in charge of.
And the moment will present itself.
Exactly.
Who thought of the idea, or we need to shoot this? Because you're not even allowed to have a camera.
Yeah, it was Gayton who came with the idea. And remember, these people will smuggle anything as long as you pay them. So they didn't even know that they were smuggling in cameras. They thought they were smuggling in birthday cakes.
There's a phone inside?
No. Cameras. We use small cameras.
Oh, you didn't even use phones?
No, we use small cameras.
Yes.
We planted cameras. There's one of the guys who was with us, he had someone on the outside who was into electronics. So he brought us cameras, that they use on the pens.
I see those types.
Those type, yeah.
This was proper production.
No, it was proper production. It was just that it was black and white, but it
was still good.
Yeah.
And were you surprised at some of the things you found on those cameras? The footage? Or you guys,
no.
You already knew this?
Remember, we already knew. This was the life. We were exposing the life.
You just wanted to show it.
We were just happy that it came out clear.
Yeah. How were you able to take it out? Yes. How were you able to take it out to the public?
Same way.
The same way it came out, it'll go out.
It'll go out. But the video, remember, we gave to the head of prison and said, this is what we have. The duplicate, we gave it to our people.
Yeah.
To take it to, we had a gentleman that we knew well in the media space, so we asked him to take it to special assignment.
Sure, and it got there. So how did you say the people you gave in prison, they reacted in a way that almost squashed it. How did they react?
Look, they were angry. But because special assignment put it out there,
I was about to ask, who are they angry
in the
at?
public domain.
Yes.
No, they were angry at us, and they thought the head of prison had given us
this mandate.
This mandate.
Yes.
You see, because he was fighting corruption.
Whoa.
So, then the Jolly Commission was set up to investigate.
That was the first commission that was set up around prisons, and it was all because of your work.
Yes. And we were the witnesses there.
The same Brakeni who organized the beauty contest in Klerksdorp is the same guy that initiated, in essence, the Jolly Commission. And the findings of the Jolly Commission was largely based on the work that you've put together.
Yes. Yeah.
What did it say, if you remember, about the prison system in South Africa?
No, it was, it went for them.
Yeah.
And that's why they even banned cash, because they said one of the problems is inmates having cash. And some of their recommendations were never implemented.
Yeah.
Because they were being stringent on the prison warders themselves.
Yes. They were limiting the movement of the prison warders.
Yeah.
Wow. It's amazing.
That's another world, unfortunately.
No, but that's another discussion altogether. Yes. Prison life is a documentary all on its own.
All on its own.
Because you were there for 6 years?
Yeah. 6 years.
Were there times in prison where you felt, justice, what have I done? I shouldn't be here.
Look, you feel like that all the time at the beginning, but you end up having a mindset of, let me prepare myself for the outside. I'm here now.
Yeah, let me live out this time.
But my moment when that time came was when I saw two things. I saw a prayer which people use as a quote that says, God, give me the serenity to accept things I cannot change, the courage to change things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
That's it.
The other one was Romans 8, verse 28, which says, all things work together for the good of those who love God, who have been chosen according to his purpose. Others say, everything happens for the good of those who love God, who have been chosen according to his purpose. So that verse and this prayer made me accept my situation and say, God has got a plan.
I'll be all right.
I'll be okay. I'll be fine. I'll be out.
Do you think you're all right now?
I'm all right.
You're all right.
I'm all right. I've got 6 beautiful children. I've got a very beautiful, loving wife. I've got good friends. I've got followers who love me. What more can I ask for? I find love when I leave home. I find love when I come back home.
Imagine that, eh?
So,
wow. Do you have I always give an opportunity to people I speak to say something about the person they claim to love. That is your wife. Yes. Every chance I've noticed, you get a chance to speak about her. You do. Yes. And that's such a quality that I admire. Yes. What do you say about her?
She's a very loving woman. She wanted to do her own things, but I don't want my wife to work. Okay. She wants to work.
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, work in the company, be my PA, you run my everything. That's your work.
Okay.
And whenever there's other things that we need to do, she works. She's very energetic, very loving. She loves children.
Yeah.
We've got 3 kids now with my current wife. She loves children wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
I always say, you love your children more than me. And she says, no. It's different type of love.
Yes, that's true.
Very supportive, very intelligent, not a yes woman. And that character, that trait of not being a yes woman has actually assisted me to be where I am. And our meeting was, after we met, it happened in a way, man. But after that, there was a spiritual connection that proved to me that this is the right one. In fact, I thought her name as Nonku the One when we started dating. Because
that's special.
Yeah, because my mother especially, may her soul rest in peace, was telling me through her that she's talking to her.
Wow. That's a big one.
Because she will see visions and that will scare her. But when she talks to me about them, I would see my mother.
Jeez.
And the instructions that she gets and the descriptions.
Yeah.
And I ended up, I didn't want to tell her, but I ended up telling her that, no, it's my mother that's talking to you.
Sure.
For you to talk to me. So every time you have talked to me. So it's deep what we have.
Yeah.
There's examples that I can make many, how we are
connected
spiritually.
We are lucky. You're a lucky man.
Yeah, no, hey. I actually said I'll never get married again.
And you did.
But at some point I said, God, the only way I'll settle down is if I get this type of a woman.
And
I had to open ZA in Kimberley for me to meet her on the street in Kimberley.
Well, not even at ZA.
No, she refused to talk to me. Her cousin is the one.
Did she know who you were?
No, she didn't. Her cousin knew me. Her cousin is the one who said, hey, I'm giving him your number if you don't give it.
Yeah.
And then we started going. Boom. It was serious.
Jeez, this guy. Wasn't she saying, hey, but your life is too busy? Because you were already the sushi king when you met. Yes.
No, she was saying.
Yeah.
But the moment for me was when she said to me, look, if you're going to engage in your lifestyle, don't take me there.
Okay.
And if you are with me, don't bring it into our space.
Yes.
I'm not going to tell you how you must be, what you must do. You are old enough to know. But when you are with me, don't bring that here.
Yes.
And, women generally will be saying, no, I can't be part of this if you are doing this. They dictate to you.
Nah.
But she was not dictating. She was giving me an option. And that night I had a vision that, no, this is the one. And it kept playing when I woke up at night.
Nonku the one.
Say, hey man, this girl. Said, and her family, when they heard, hey, it was war.
Really? Or it's you?
Hey, it was war.
What were they saying?
Hey, you're going to be a sushi girl. Hey, bruh. They even wanted to get out of university.
Yeah.
But then I said, if this family behaves like this, there's order.
Yes. Oh, that was a good quality that you spotted.
Yeah. And also she was, I was the first person with her. In every way.
Oh, hell.
So I said, to this age, to be like that, there's order. And I then spoke to some of my friends to meet with the mother and explain to her to meet me. And ultimately we met and I said, look, this is where I am with your daughter.
Yeah. And this is a jolling stage.
Yeah, jolly stage.
Already you felt the need to open up the conversation.
Yeah, look, I'm very spiritual, Brother David,
Yeah.
and I listen to the spiritual realm.
Yeah.
I listen to those instructions. I've survived things because of listening to the spirit, to the still voice, because of listening to me getting suffocated.
Yo.
When I have to go there and I want to go there and I get suffocated and I pray, and the still voice says, don't go there.
Yeah. Yo.
And when I decide not to go, the suffocation
just
relaxes, my spirit just
amazing,
relaxes. And then I don't go tomorrow or later here. That's what happened there.
Yo.
Or somebody calls me, hey, you did well not to come here. They were waiting for you.
Yo.
Then I say, then it's an accident. I change the route. Get blocked. Say, hey, Baba, pack. My spirit.
It's not good.
Sometimes I'm driving, my spirit is pack. I pray. And I learned this from a book I read in prison by Kenneth Hagin, How to be Led by the Spirit of God.
Yeah.
And he said Jesus teaches us that when he was facing the cross, he felt that suffocation. So he went and he prayed. He said, Father, may this cup pass me. But if it is your will, let it be done.
Yeah.
He says that teaches us that when the still voice, when your spirit speaks to you, you must pray like Jesus. You must ask God whatever is coming, it must pass.
Yeah.
But if it's the will of God, let it happen.
Let it be.
But if you don't want it to happen, say, God, please let it not happen, not now. And the still voice, God will respond. And once he responds, implement that response. Don't question it. Job says God speaks to us in many different ways, through visions in our sleep and dreams, through people, through events.
True.
But it is us people who don't listen.
Yeah.
So I read a lot of books in prison. I read T.T. Jakes, How to Be, Can You Stand to Be Blessed, and also Naked and Not Ashamed. But I also read a book called The Scarlet Thread by Richard Booker, which explains the Bible shows you Jesus has been there throughout the Bible, from the Old Testament to the New Testament.
Yeah.
And it's a manifestation of the Bible. I bought all those books for my wife. She's reading them.
Wow.
I got them at Amazon because I couldn't get them here. But I said all the books I bought I read in prison. I'm gonna buy for you.
Wow.
So I bought her all those books because she likes to read, and she's also very spiritual. So that helped me to reading those books, but especially the How to Be Led by the Spirit of God, understanding when God speaks to you. And he speaks to all of us.
Of course. All the time.
People who don't listen.
Yes.
That's why people say, hey, Bracken, we never see you tereke salas, falling when you are drunk, and you'll be hitting a bottle with cigar. I said, when my spirit tells me it's enough, go home.
You stop.
Either I go home or I sleep there where I'm sitting.
Yeah, you come across as a guy's guy. Yeah, that's why there's that WhatsApp group. Don't worry, I won't talk about it. We know it exists. There is a WhatsApp group.
Yeah, why so serious?
Why is it called Why So Serious?
Yeah.
We know about it. Trust me, we tried to replicate it. We failed. We think it's very unserious.
And let me tell you, a wife of one of my friends who is in the group actually thanked me.
Yeah, for?
He called me, put me on the speaker, said, hey, my wife wants to speak to you. He's from KZN. And the wife said, hey, Baba, I was fighting with my husband, but no. Please keep him on that WhatsApp group. If he leaves, tell me. Because he's doing wonders here at home. He said, this man is doing things here at home.
And this, I'm allowing you really the opportunity to say no.
Yeah.
What is the WhatsApp group about?
WhatsApp groups about posting jokes, posting things that are deemed to be not for the public domain.
Okay.
Getting the blood of guys flowing, getting them out of discussing.
I laugh because I'm aware of it, but keep going. Yeah, I like how you use coded words for it, but
posting
keep going.
Pictures.
Okay.
Discussing topics that you can't discuss at any particular platform.
Yes.
Topics of majitas, asking for advice. Hey man, what works, what doesn't work.
Okay.
So it's a men's.
It's a permanent men's conference.
Men's conference.
Yeah, that's permanently there.
You see, but we do discuss politics sometimes or other things.
Yeah,
that's why the video went out 3 or 4 years ago. Because I was saying to them, now you are posting too much politics. You are losing.
Yes.
But you can't help it because they feel that when they comment about politics, it stays there.
Yes,
you see, because whatever we talk must stay there.
Yeah, and somebody decided
to
take out the information.
Yeah. So there's a lot of jokes, a lot of this, but it's very interactive. And
is it still very active?
Very, very active.
Even now, there's some.
If I can show you now, I've been with you for about 3 hours now.
Yes.
And if I show you, Brother David,
the message is there. Hobbies.
You will see that it's busy. Let me see.
We'll make sure that camera doesn't see.
You see? I've got 84.
What? Messages that have been coming through on
the WhatsApp that I have not opened.
Why so serious?
Why so serious? My brothers loved it.
We know all about it. We know all about it. No,
it's a men's conference type of WhatsApp.
Permanently there.
Yeah.
Niyakuzana marlapo.
Yeah,
not we are pies.
No, siyakuzana.
Yeah.
But it is more about encouragement because there aren't many blunders.
Yes. Are there a lot of guys?
Lots of guys, prominent guys.
How many, give or take, number-wise?
let me see.
Just as a rough number. And you say prominent guys as well.
No. It's prominent guys that I have. You've got 185 participants.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
And it's not like a Romanat.
You want to join, brother?
I'm such a non-WhatsApp person. Okay. I will ignore it. And then once random Saturday, I'll say, there's a friend of mine who tried really hard to start something like that. He succeeded to do it, but I'm just not a participant. I look. And look at these guys. I wish you well in this job, and I really, truly wish that you make a difference in Johannesburg.
Thank you, my brother.
Because that's such an important thing. We someone says, and because I've done a lot of work with City of Tshwane. I've been very lucky to be involved with that city quite a lot, and I know this. I've been in presentations where I had to speak about the job of government, and I said we live government every moment of our life.
Yes.
Right now, the lights are on.
Yeah.
Because government makes it so.
Yes.
Your drive here, traffic lights, potholes, roads, the water we flush when you go to the loo after the session.
Exactly.
All those moments are made possible, so to speak, by government. And that's why I say, if you fail, we feel it.
Exactly.
On a daily basis. I'll tell you one request. How about Natlosang, these guys who are controlling traffic?
We're talking...
These homeless guys who are controlling traffic.
Look, the problem that we're sitting with is people give them money, which means they accept what they're doing, they appreciate it. We don't have control over ESCOM. We have to find a budget, then we have to go to Metro Corps to train people so that they can go and control the traffic lights, the traffic intersections. So... we are working on a plan.
Yeah, please. Hey.
We are working on a plan. We've got different plans. They need money.
Yeah,
but we will get there. We will get there.
I imagine you as a government official and the most senior in that portfolio. I want you to be embarrassed by it.
I am embarrassed.
Yes.
It's you see, I'm not embarrassed. For me, I'm embarrassed for the country.
Yes.
What do people who come out of Johannesburg say? Not just from foreign countries, from Cape Town, from Durban, from wherever.
And they say, hey, you don't know.
World-class city, look at the people
who are controlling traffic. We're not saying there's nothing wrong in people controlling traffic. We're saying train them, get them to be the right people. It's terrible.
Because sometimes they are tipsy and this one say come, this one say come. And then you get jammed.
And then who are you going to fight? This guy?
You can't fight this guy.
No, you can't fight this guy.
So it's embarrassing for the country, for the city.
For the city.
It's embarrassing.
Your job is big, but we say good luck.
Thank you, my brother.
Kebra Kenny, everybody. Kenny Kunene, Sushi King, former teacher, former organizer of a beauty contest in Klerksdorp. It's my favorite story, I'll tell you that.
Salute.
Sharp.
King David Studio Podcast.